kayang chumurchudat lokaudoy. Dar ni Karwanin Her Excellency President Dr. Hilda C. Heidi. Monaro no imoy roy kajoyo me roy kajoyo lo majalin pude yorar diplomatic pude yorar diplomatic corps para ino walber ruway lagar rude yoran arroy kajoyo lo talagan majalin. Ita in Lawrence Enos Edwards II ani kami yang MC lo chuponing rainin. Mota yana ni one malawat ini lo manilina ni claim kajoyo ben Ragi Herbert Langizora in Kapalagi ini pencar put ini mengenai kejaraman ini mau tanya nanti mau Jojim Chiyat. Mwalada Paragan, Your Excellency, President Dr. Hilda C. Heidi, First Gentleman, Kitchener Jr., Oliven Cabinet Member Rin, Euro, Leiro, Euroar, ben Jennifer Rin rude jilo majalin yoni di jalar diplomatic corps para ino olive ror velo quella che lo Giappone in rainin qualo dukunonen lo ni jen mo mani road lo kile vice chairman an mo mani road
Just ingonzo. Kumol tada. Kumol tada Rio Majal Lawrence Edward. Ko balago dilo nanin jarewan tragin jemer tragi a rebelen tego. Imodada lelak namarum kamolo lanigan meur ka beje meur. Kile Her Excellency President Dr. Ilda C. Heine, First Gentleman Tommy Kijina Jr., Chairman Yiro Jelani Gabiwa, Yiro Jumle Rojoro Yogoba, Wanero Yilo Moyoman Yiro, Chon Killing and Lero Jesto, Koba Alabewan Burijin, Parano Yiro Jumle Rojoro, Matan Yilo Isling. Kile Kamolo Regagin Jemer, Crane Regagio Chiner, Koba Olive Regagio Rodum Jich, Yilo Majalin, Speaker Waje, Vice Speaker Chegrayat, Rowan Nedijala Imro Karajarer, Cabinet Members Egoba, Chief Justice Colin Garam, Chajaro Yilo Yumanegajat, Chief Secretary, Acting Chairman on PSC, Commissioner Romatan, Olive Chairman Ragoan Kien, Imrujarava Roye. Romatar Yilo Diplomatic Corps, Private Sector of Barano. Mima President Mayor Ring, Mayor An Ailingin, Mayor Romatan, Lo Alevin Pelagan Majalin, Yogoba Councilman, Im Council Woman Ro. Chun Kili, Ejolang Anuvijan Kajinim Monit, Kancharabalim Chivangainer, and Ailingin Elaptada Kit, Aramijin Majal. Yawang and Olive. Polene ilugun chipongoi, obar chon katan. Yago yang ana olep. Eba chedala. Komodada. E chon menin udej poro. Ana upokunao ilo yen katalogi nan National Ocean Symposium ken karo. Raini je kobadok nganar kagemi mejeron ken charabal akwawin kajabarok menin charaman kawarjen lojat ime mejanani kajaraman kajagai. Eno chone Karilo Moyamani Road, Eleodok Chon, Chedaman Lemonana, Imude Gilar Kele Manadinar. Iluyan Quilagin, a Kalikar, the Cachojo Charabalaganar, Walagan Kiji, Ngan, Emalagan Lodge Dinar. Tamagabayan Ledok Yen Ganar, Pogamela Legend Ron, Kair Melego. Imahalag Imkoan Rain in Chumor. Imrane Chibang by Lodge Dinar and Waimurur, and Kaga Gujuar, Iloterain Im Torego Regidogo. Porchonalan, Yilo than Eurojar, Yilo Moyman Euro, Elapta Ignal Leo Chonan and Carwainene, on all of Romar Charedo, Imcovado Luyen in Europe. Porchonalan, Kumkano Jinamol, Imanijan Kajaraman Kujuk Kachujo.
Nar qualo tani ni walo velo quilagin, car moda car walo car najo gino no car rota in John Jinjonio, the gil alagini. Come on.
Jorlak, Wargor Joranlak, Lodge the Terrelagani, John Menin Cheramonio, Elabargar Kajitrikage, Jayujar Chipang Rainin, Yang Injilo, Jorango. Magad go are you in any, a chela de lodge of the goar. Chen Kubijugo, Nan Platic, Langan Chemical, a jolly waterlang and lodge of the goar. Im Charabal Kid Maggie, Island Gainar, immediately Chagala Joan. Cataparo olive chicken, cataparo juta keligin kagien goar kota kaini gen jorgr jeni pendron im kota kaileng jeri mol im pen yigatan ket imar kajapero kaileng keinar im lojot goar raini nejranio aileng kein nej riju im wugut nganajri ron nejir ngani riju chakala joan aileng kein im lojot yo mejle to gar meur kom ruaine ne tok ngan kein ka
Ay damak alban karaman video kom ruai ni luar ni wan malau lo program.
Reverend chosen Madaudo, I mean, Lozen Madaudo, I'm chosen Tego, Chalapur. Imrugagi road, Pelagin Island Kane. I'm at the Caution Symposium in Kane Carwo, and Kribabligina and Island Kane. A chapat 20 and Quailakot, agay paren with 20 and Kagarmol, and Kabin Kalumurwar, can lodge the inar. Imilijun Chakla Jawar. Ignan Qualaga, Kileme Roar, Idogulo, Imroro Yudogulo there, Janawale Bailum Corrolemen. Triangoro, Carrero Rattel, Camidi Gori, Pogo Minicharamango, Ilo Chonchu Yumper, Imbrother Roar, Ilo Manet. Iparan on Manan in Carwani Nigdo, Chori Rigro. Royalo Chugum Pergo, im Rodemji, Rajaluje, Ienin, im Kobado Wipen, Iperrainin, Kanage, and Nanin, a jar which more. Lodge dinar, a Kagobai Kujawlep, Romajo. Chagarania Kuchuyi, Megarda quite per Majoro, Actunia and Island Coach the Balagan Island Kane, Mayang a question Rijul, Chon Riangor. Ak chon regaman kien kejo jawlep che jadar daro dilo loje dinar e na kijer en wadan video yo kono no gage e na kijer kej bero kej im kallo weda kej e perberin man dinar charaman e wana an lalinar im e kalikar won kej ilo chinon lokariyo in ilo gar kwela gayo sustainable economic development in climate change majali nagar chinochuan an island kain mo ag national sanctuary ido pigarang pokak agar chuan pungdaneo chinon tada ngan kamman murnich chuan wawino kwalok arkanan kajbarok iyage inchigir rawrok imparainot ido lalin ngane bibin ko tokalik Echuan kalimuro e kalikar chalagoar chaneto im errogoar ido rangain. Ikwalo kia kenialin chagarchinoi ido ruoto in chongol chilim yoneo. Ido tereo karkileo boin konono ido kapelago an National Ocean Symposium yo kain chinontada. Elaba kememe juga garchuani eno elaba nauruk imeberilo puebenado. Ilo argar kubai penron imijaga chuan kalmang law jame wana ilin kain ken loja dinar ken tayo aktago je karri kaurugi chalago armage im chuanar kajadrig ngane malago wan iliju im chakla jawar chuan tabragayo elap chen kuilago chinon tada e chuan managa janeo e kwalok unintal ngana ilin kain ngan kajbarok Toan amen lojit war imperberginar egara jaga chun perberin kagien ngan lojit dinar imi pen kagienin ego babar chuan karagan charbaleo elang melele goye kain charbal gain rai kalikar chuan rebel dan charbaleo alikar ngan ugot kadamenewar peren kermol Eor chiljino menina igu yugo rauruk imi mujay ralikar wajen charbali kiyo ngan kabe otto kali kiyo war ergein rajel lajarak ainuot chuan kien im karagan ngan kamelin wewen go ngan kamman kagien ngan kaybaro menin charaman go arjan lojit kalabalok kain karwo kalabalok chale im kabel go an army ngan kagajol army rinar peran merong pojak ngan tel ilo charbalin kain kajilu kada gen army ro ken wewin gain pe awalep cendringan ruto ren melele ken aurgin loje dinar kain kemen ain melele go kajabarugi im ledo leda melele gain im lale we tabrak in pebe gain ren perberion kain kamolgo kain kalalim projek kayalgo ngan kajabarok tilijek im lali menin caraman war wen to arameni im wewen go ngan kagaman manlok chokun meur im elgdada wewen charbali pendron kore kagobay kejwoji pendron ngan romatar rorebage ke im rorotolok ibalagin lalin chorga inchiljino reit perodilo ay rawr rainin im ein wadgar mogda plan in the national ocean policy implementation ego bakagene o emuj arpage wen muyer and then protected areas network akara akar ba pen elabolok to jair chen katabar go rawr reit kago baiglok ke jangan cujugun pergo ilo kacoyo cujugun pergo ar kacoyo ilo lalin e chokun wachuan ay rekejel ipen katabar go ngan kukim rabiji menin caraman go eno dair kalajar gilo SDGs aga sustainable development goal go an United Nation eno matan lajar 2030 yo para eno dalam tada SDG 14 eno me chudaken menin lojet SDG 16 emman lokogen mejadodo aga magdugogen mejadodo SDG ro ene chalok kule im SDG 3 ene mancho kun meur image meur kein charbal gain rek kabo chuani al manwaj ak malok ngan kala jara charbal im lolo rejage im kab im kajbaro lojo dinar im menin charaman gainar ko im rek kwala wewen meur wan rumajal im relu kun awruk ngan kamman ak ngan kap kopan lojen imiliju im chagla joana ilinkin ruali dagi yagi togaluk ichu dagi jini man menyabi parchuanalen ngan kager mola kamolol em pareno kwala kan udej purwa im pareno chudakan kaya dirgrik elaba kamolol kan kijije do anar mi rinar im udej kan chongan wan malok inchala bare im kaya dirgrik kan ga chiduban ipendron kijeje do immeron chelma men go repen rattal lalinar ilo katabarin kan kagiyen go ngan kajbaro lojo dinar emujar kagermol chada magdgud go chemeron chongi imrej pukchigi rilo aleben ailenkein chugujugun pergo rejmage wot ak rejmage pagero in kajbaro menin charaman go air ilo lojo ilo chogo chigir magi chalaya wari jan rutoro chekle im kago baigdok ngan wenar kajbaro lojo go ilo jogo chigir magi kare im chori ro rejbok pungdan go ragal en o chedr kajbaro lojo im menin charaman go yi charwalin chumron go rekajolok imajere lok ngan pugono go rago im chigun go kachoyo wewen gain rechabilo lamna got agrai kakalle ke romol im kajur rei kwalo ke ngeje lor teleo anchon chugum per im kile chala lago yon go an army ro chuonu go dagayo kajur enaj pokchigin agi barbamenin ilo alikar imilo mol ke e worwod men go che barai wi kamani im kamman manilo che chelmae chorren go rejala balok kawada da go ralat im rejelet pugon go eni go loje go im chuan law ugo go dagen meja do e wan malagot im magaj kudien nogo rayude jalak imwalling lakot chongano go menen in lojet e jalabalak wargo remi jalak eko rayidalak imchagolak elabalak an nogo tori pari jedgo im kangaileng koar plastiko ragaton pari jedgoar wawen meure wan riaileng kain eberi lo kawadada ceberi lo chuan wayno ci jay wi kamane chuan kelet do yawr imcicit patayo cenay kamane kiyo enay kwalok togali ko war ken menin rainin ikachidagi perawlep rudal pamlego chugujugum pergo pajen parkalmur ngandron ken menogo je kawrogi im chala ko war chen parkalmur ken reyman lok e war ken chuanil yuyo ajuri ron nejir im cibur ramarong tudu im anan ye ilo chuan loje do rew im yangori yogo ilo worogo roe morur kieno anailen kain e kilege uda gayo edo an per e wani do go chen kagien e ji do go janar mi ro iji bar ripidi kieno anailen kain e kile ke uda gayo do an per e wani do go chen kagien e ji do janar mi ro engi ne wuninar kajbarok imwon man lagot ken katabarin Rayman Lok, National Conservation Area Plan, Kuba Lok Pen Marshall Island Protected Area, e Charbalio Lurjaga Wawin Gain. Rechap Kain Charbal Pebewot, Red Perberion, Kian Charbali Penron, Ilo Ronjage, Imkaman Pebe Penron. Rajain Wachuan Wawin Charbaleo, Ejichino Jan Lal, Imerregalang Ken Charbalin Science, Manet. Imai gu jugoan ilijum cakalat ray kwalo ke cecca bay gu kelet igadan mani do war imwon malak ko war cemeron kawde awle beir ipendron em ci jay guc menge kieno emeron kamman kagien em rudi jamloro ramaron ledo guwak ugo dagayo enay walok nge cugujugum pergo ranat talialin ngeje pagero im kaybar ko lojo to war ngeje ko wek chala ko an rutoro war ipen kein charbal ko an rainin ak technology ko rainin ngeje kawr e chammenin charaman ko ari lo lojo do wot ak parainot erro ko reju do perdo mol elangar charaman ak ipen charaman gain elangerro emerro gain rejar ngan kaybar gi kejrielen kain cagar bajar mi jin loje dot rutoroar regani dodak ilo malwan pasibigin ilo air kejar balwo diju kedo imnogo ngani carar ragar jab kejar bal maboko regen cap kejar bal kampajago regen adar daro dion chala ko air rumulal ilo lale imeng jage kememe immelele ko air magi chala ini mulal wawena lale imeng jaga lojet ijmur rainin eberi pen riangoro rijararo akabenro riejro imilo pewena dogen korutoro ciburim cimad regani nongan ke jagagi ilopong echuan menin cholo de emur imce jay gu kawrge kejebaroge imlelongan rorik dagir kwelawin e chapachuanien an rude roko badagot aga chuanien welat ngan lalinar chuanien ngan kejagalogjan im chuanien ngan kataber chuanien ngan reiliglok im kaude chuan wan malagayo imjar kamane im chuanien rei malok im kachiduk cuan kain loje rodoyo cik kanan ligit dengan ronijir ro kain lal rodoyo cikanan aik ilo kele to war rainin im kain kajilu e wi wewin ar wi kachojo merong pagyo konar e chapachuan katanwat ilo choni ak awale bran e mujar charagi alat ak chamerong tabar mejan kachigo wot ngai chenaj pul im karane im trijo im goch chen lale pe kade ko arainin ren kaude ro rar permo ko tajan kit im chen kakayo ro rejudo got chen kalek choini yuyo me charbalin kay barok e chapachuan program o ci kamani chuan rana chuan wi agan prain wo chuan wewin nur chuan menio e jogo dagam punir wewin kay barok en punir ijo ajiri ronijir rejru tologi im chalabe rudar roair rej kaur lojo de wair recep chago bi na yi ijo wargo roe nurur ako kijer rejbar cebala ngani im aga eko kijer rejbar cebala ngani bar roe nurur im armi ro rejram man gagi ngan kejamolok kejamolon nanin cidigina ilewo jaga nanin kamololo yemulal ngan komu jawlep rein rebellion majoroin roro yorong jaga jeni jogoro tolok imalap tada roro kade im ruben punir enod rilale im rugej baro pelakain ari lo ailenkain ignan kamolol ministrio an NRC ministerewar parainot Traktoran mimra em awle brujar barroan mimra merar kabewaje rainin imran gain ro pekyoyen marong konono ipendron cimarong lela chuan kapobongan kamolol charbal gainair eligdada kuilawin enchuanien kammanutak enchuan kren wajwa enchuanien manana ela ken wonkech en wachet riailen kain imen kwalo dago cemarongi ilowar charbali pendron charaman imani jen ke charaman armi jinailen kain im loje dinar jom jar tabare cena dalu yalin kumomol
kaya wala John par an kamulo kabobo and Her Excellency President Ain John kino dadro yo gano yen aurugum chichet dar ronga jage kiyo kaya baro ko loji dinar yung ko bay golab yung rainin ni cheni kamane kuila kay chen rainin wangan chimyon ran ni kurdok ba kaya golab ipendolo ni kuila gin nar kamane National Ocean Symposium kin karo woi chidongan programa eligdada nganjo jinun cholga pen rugagin we banano armiyo wada naga rugagin rebelen jojen teigo ni merong kiri pen wan malagadam kajamalagin kan eno dargar jino gancar ni kajamal gancar lo kau de rugagi
Morio mejal jojo bercari pendron kiririn cepelaka to ngani kamani erga namu juga cium ronga jaga jo nanu juga kaurungan kami inna baram kamoro le ganis kan melolego an projecteni nam ila ilengkein primal lokoan cabinetin member niti jalai rain mi lori jaga aurogo ka pemmaneo an lojetin Citakin primal lo ragari gaur ngan kemerain ngan kebo jilijum cakala jo an roroni wali kata pekcikin lo cara balagi nan kian ngan kajabarok cara managin yamujam lido ngan kem pakuin merongun meurgagi cara managagi kami kamu lulu kami anis kanai cina meo yaur kewude ecce perodion yani mare agak peranu dilo lojit, redo kuanim rimal no kuan, yang ini kalikar an Chologan nur an merong an kalaman logjan kan wawi dengan rajalet nur lain kain ngan pugut mejalair ilo jon cego eroji pendro nagage pain merong rever podilo aili lurun cara maneo kemuri nai nur pendro nagage cara managage min kin kaman man kin amanis mejon min nam napar imam kambodole kena kerja perodio neni merem lali ai kujuan yon eni mura ratalover lali lojo dewan kena min jemur rai kejaraman kono malok nur em kejaraman jon lal preno o chojim kejaraman ni kuelo ni lo rani kin mano mayino na chamalo siro kalore regen ejmurum kayurum chalalok jan ilai rojene ipendro nagage poin marogan yeter cara palagin ilo kajor kabilo an kilamanis kajaraman meno temji cara palagan rainin rai presmen again meno temji korana ipok chigir kami cari lo damot Christ kumol amen.
Umol le jamal ka official opening in aga lo kaudi elang refreshments miar ke boje ngan aro jine
Meji to jen program yo me to jen Micronesia raja naya dan Micronesia Challenge. Ilo raini timian mimra raja tarangan maluin namri. Ngalale ta o ta ko mi jay pagchigir. Yumeno ko na or bay olibin rurang rain ran ya tale ken charbol ko ay. Bay ne chala joren yum digi jap in pagchigin. Ilo yenin mera charbal ibulal naja.
We open. Benagay. What?
Ilo maluin namri kelang melakukan meninjaraman ko ye. Jeniak tirir korerik ngani koralat. Timin turang yawan mimra arcar bale cacikan turang gora kaman ilo rota jeng congo ciduyo. Cara bale indigaon jirong rain rekamane jangan hatale oleh meninjaraman ko ilo loja. Jenuan imratan yako ngan ratan muan mejen war meninjaraman ko jidra jaur ngan cuju imperio an namri.
Beautiful crawls. A lot of fish. It's clean. Visibility is very high. It's very good. Ang tanong namin bro, time sa ilo na mo rin ilo lip. Nang kami muna nila, nang kami community consultant yung medyo yung peri. Okay, contoh ini kami yang muna nilang yun ini. Cuy ini lang agaro rartong kampane. Kaya jago ya ilo yun namanya kan? Ya mereka kuy lagi pen cucu kan pere, ya tada pen kuy yang aku. Kami kami cuy ini lagi rum dale air kampane kado, par kampane. Cibang ilo air kampane. Ekada gin yung carbalin kan aramijin namanya. Dapat fair team. Kami yang ini loh apa? Kami protokol yang orang kami yang ini dan tepsan kaji jangan melalui iya kami akan tim pelagi kaji kau yang ada dengan nama. Let's go.
Ilo trebin tongan namri arbar ko baduk timin kaji kau yang jen mimra. Kaji kau yang cuan kincar baleo kangal tu ye kororip, pe ye korala beranjunya neba agado. Im kagini nidurun kaja goin. Im gan wani, ena cibang kaja barok riang orro, right kagini nidurun kaja goin. Im ece betola jeneni. Para inut cibang kaja barok yeru jen coran ko rojwalo gila aja. Eleganan liga orro lo tu milang ni jo mirana cola kaja goyo. Im jerge cibarag yo nene ngene ejaga maneo an kaja goin.
Rigging, kami yang tap sound, jadi lagi jangan mulalan kayak juga tim kami, you know where, kayak dun rig, niat tu bayi kalau orang orang cibang kami yang, biar jika jauh miktum, cara wal hands on, baru mana jalan lagi kembang kayak juga, ngilang era opportunity, kamu orang kira.
Motorin kami akan cari orang puai ni kan, uji. Uji apa karyawan toilan, ini nak karyawan toilan uji kerja baru toy jangan ni uji. Ada kenapa kalau uji toilan uji, karyawan uji lawan buai ni baik. Ini mana yang tuan itu. Ini caranya yang harus tahu nah timnya dengan saya caranya diplomat mereka orang yang mengukur kayak itu loh ngawai karena kan kau jangan jolok kayak juga itu
Flagan Gajawain dengan kapirurugi lagan riang orre lo Gajawain Yimbarain wot nganti ma ko metu ren parloy jenai retrion yim mujit tokoan
Tena ya orang gue lama kan, nabi lu gue, jujur, main kapak tu, ya orang tahu orang handphone ni, sampai mana cara boleh diundur, ini cara yang boleh macam ni, lala company orang boleh mau. Ini, yang beri lo orang yang tahu orang yang murid, namun, mesin di pulau Wika juga ini ayo, now run away to the pulau Wika.
Jawab, karena malah ada oleh kayaknya cor aro dia nih lah pernah itu. Isi oleh orang cor, jangan lupa. Kamu oleh juga orang kan, cibangan pokok cara mana ini kan berapa? Donain ke cara mana kan? Armijin nomor ini kan jual cara boleh menyata berapa? Tarangan merah cara taruh ketuan malah ko baca untuk melarang jalan itu cara mana
kami lale biyo elemen nanti ni mak tu tu kono kono na ko ela perlu tu nanti ni so kami lale one ettale mo kota ka one to lo kin karu tu
Jangan kamu lalu senatero, mayor, tim kopa lagi penolak parmi ni namanya karena kalau merong kalau lihat tu pinch bang, ilo cuan agar rowa weno, kopa lagi pen timi an mimra, timin kaya juga yo, me alukun mana ni kopa lagi namanya karena ejak im colak kaya juga yo air, kopa lagi pen timi an turang yo, agar timin serve yo, merah talem follow up step ko, agar pungutan ni ko merah pekcik ilo iya ne rota jen congol cilu, imgia cepat ilo step rally tu ilo remala framework ne nganar marong follow up aga parayatale imbara ediji jarapalago imlale ta o takin lo ikatan rota jin chongo chidu tongan rota jin rongo chuan imbar chonalin jangan kammo le kumo jalap kachojo yalap tada ngana wali parmi jin namrik jarama ne alap ngan kumo kachojo imani chipta.
The following production has been brought to you by
Yang joinian pijago mer available lo YouTube yang lain mimra yanen me kumi online jujum talum first kapikuta YouTube an mimara parro kapik tu Facebook an mimara yung like subscribe alaven venegay. Okay, chene jigiye chino pulen chonian, ecap pulen chene jigiye chino chonian presentation ko an raini nelung chiruk ukotak yung enej maka jigiye presentation yo an mimara kichen kagian ko. Are you able to? Aman juga. Oh, yang stand by. Alang ka kacitakan pituyo yo. Elemen ka par pituyo yo merar par kamane nga nailing yo merar kamane kaya ko yo. Alang ka ukota alang ka kacitak. Man. Man, no yun correct meron yung parang mana dia ba? Ang kiyang ay kita. Taro ciri ko ba chain jika paman kajar wali ini. Ay, cipang wajah apa? Piling cewek ini cipang ni, cipang ni. Okay. Okay, just going to next slide. Presentation ini ano tahu pang ini tukung pabanato cirukan kagianawan mimran nayatan Fish Harvest Size Regulation 2020. So ini ko cirukan background in kagiani ko pen implementation plan ngan roll out di kagianin ko next steps. Here, next slide. So eno tagar pa tribe nar kagiani nar kar chino kar tribe lo kar rongol leo akan cetunu ko pe ekujen atal ijen chuan process pe approve arkar approve kar tokai lo kar 2023 aga regulation ni ke intention and regulation ni ke ngan kami ogi cetwa wain yang warko me Pagcikin rainin, medyo jelo ke enet kajawarene lojat, jab lojat tu kata par yuk pabili jenukum parainot join. Medyo jelo ke ngece yang orang scuba, matan practice ko me jab luku naman, me awar coran ko rejawalo keluar kajar bale scuba gear keluar turang. Parmenu cuan emarong cetoro rek kajar bal chemical ko pen explosion dynamite ko ilo air par yang wari agam kain ngai. So regulation ni ke kacang ecap kacang. Regulation ni kamelemini mimra pen marongin regulation cajen yuk ko me ngan wiaka ke ecep yo ko ngan mangai ag yo ko me ngan wiaka ke yem parainot yo kain me yar karpa me rar kajar bal scuba ilo air turang ko ba ipen kajar bal chemical kom par dynamite ko yo kain ga recep par melum ngan wiaka ke kagianin ejepar charbal lakot ilo an par neja poin ubi jaro meron neja par lurur jage atale menuya kayam kain ngape yuk cicu koron cepelong menuya ko yum yuk ko merar kajar par wawen ko mercep melim rancep par uya kake lo menuya ko Karchataro me rarkar review kar regulation in a Pro 1 Coastal Management Advisory Council. Yung parainot ka arkar pardo jalakar mini ipen general public ngan kar review yung kaman kamen. Next slide. Okay. Aligan kar kamen ko arkar to jan general public ko by pen Coastal Management Advisory Council. Okay. Regulation in arkar kia etal human administrative procedure ko ankian pakian marong rumen molin kagian yung kia kar chilngul ran kar public period dengan commenting arkar pagchigun yung kar pojak kar November kar 16 2020 arkar mujikar processing yung arkar endorse ipen potanan mimra yung kan COVID harjab lukun marong negara magdut kagiani arkar approve by cabinet cabinet minute 080 karlo me rongol chilu yung kia mimra marong negia marumare kagiani yung kia chino kapalala ta kagiani yung kia ta kajayoko human kagiani. Yumengi cabinet minute me kwalo kay lukun enforce kia kagayanin matan charbal ko mimray ko jen pagran. Next slide. Ikichen implementation. Chala kachidak chay ko jen kapalala melalay ko ikichen kagayanin. Yung charkat chino karkamane awareness program kay na kay actually niyan chejelo kayo ko naurok ngan share penro rarko batok ngan National Ocean Symposium roin pa chena parlukun face to face par kanana kakagani chejelo kay enit pagien pen lang chenit ak chejay wit par pagamayan yung parlukun kakay may olep kay chunin kagiyan na majan pagchikin yung chebiyan olep pagkonarangan jake pengutan ko yung men kagiyanin yung men ko may chelukun kanan ne karchibang ko ay mikachuyo jangan chibang gichian enforcement and fish size limit ko pa harvest method ko men ko may Romeo, jujung par kapalalangan Romero kajar balik, paman kajar balik. Yung ngan Romero yang melakukan ekspor, par lang par step ko kaya jen kamane ngan nam narongin ekspor, yakun majal ngan lugun. Next slide. So ngan pag ciri kian kopan kagiani nagai, lo human patro section lalim. It can kar prohibited methods. Yung anotan wala ko lo pijay lo yumin kagiyan na majan lukun ala karage emo turang yung kajarabal scuba ilo amangor. Para meno king karwo emo kajarabal chemical ko eno cara yo kom kain na yung para eno kajarabal tayo na may tong menaka may kapukala kom rupot ilo amangor. Yung pro me Chejelo kay ever menagay ni per any work kaya nganir monetary fine ko balak ngan jail time ngay marong kiyelo section niya me part 2 section 5.2 in kagayan kay pampa no person shall land display for sale kay nga all in section niya kay kwalo kay mo wiaka kay ko marong mga pe menuko kijerigain amene reo takay chay wijin pawaray cibang paparai an menegin wiaka ka becuan reduk yung ro ngayar kar paji ko merar kar kajarbal chemical kain kai ini celet enmurinar so yung me section 5.2 lukun lajar ka lukun mo wiaka ka yoko reduk lomben wiaka kacujo ingay John Majan got director got Chino got share Jonian poster me TNC Kobai Pen Mimra Kobai Pen Marshall Islands Conservation Society Jejatan Matan awareness programming Pachen Qualok Jata Jajan Yakan me Edmelum Yungwin regularly Kobai Pen Yoko me Richard Marongan Kojak Jamalak Loir Lung Jaga Yumunan par war no Nangot Jatiak Edmo ngan wiakake ngai ko maka ko je ngan ko yung family am ngan community am it's okay amene wanana ke ngan wiakake ni paraliji ngan wiakake so lo part 2 section 7 ke ngai majan dukun kwalok ke et kamela kan sai je kan yimechip ngako melukun urur next slide Ngakoni lolo schedule join ke emajan wala ko tan yego ko wai pen cheje o me cheje lo ke emajan kar langkar ekato ko ti me ar kar kamane mre lo ke cheje o me ai kujin minimum size o pe me ri kala jen chongane an ke eno tang che kamar men ko ri kala krane pan rutolak pakiran marongen par populate yung kia kaman pariyak chiko par ran lang lak populate ni nyekin so I need quickly read up to the air so yoko me lang lo kagiani ngai et kui kubang jato matal pulak mole cara egumeu pejeruk monai walalum kia par chicho par yak to lautan akia lo pijai chuan ngai wal yoko me en ejai kujin mo wiakake mo wiakake mo wiakake lapo mo wiakake mem im kia par yakachat so emeno tiake species in ye kam jar kar kal kar ge en me ngan wiakake pe ye ka ga matan ye ko me rech perlo international listing ge ej matalak lo lalin so chakana ensure ge ye ke in emen listed lo ka ye ne ge ren pero to ngan ke rumajal ijallagan regulation in ge par lang part section lo mimra acten ka yan kan chatan mimra me kamela le gichen arepek won ilo kagieni etala par kamo anarmit wiaka ke won yum won meno jaman ko marong chiche pampa emo akan ke chitkle ke par meno ko kijere ke in rumaja ameno e enot par regulation wi palak main chit kamo wat wiaka ke elang par size limit ngan chongan bueno ko mer armi jera marong ko je ke yung parainot elang par provision lo kagiene me kanna na ka arepek lip image par kamogi elang par section lo kagiene an mimrai kanna na ka sponges elang par kagiene kanna na ka rian me black pearl im elang par kagian me kanna na ka Cholo perupe olive ni kujong perau panani juga berulul juga hijumi oke juga berulul ime bello kagian gain ak parchonalen chitkile ga menko kijere gain immene we chay kaman kagian ki chen ka ga ar wiya ka yam kaman profit chen next slide so next slide on so hilo website na mimra ngan rome rakanan pa lale kabin kagian gain ranit pelo website na mangum jutian par regulation kan elang regulation rechelet tab menin meurin lojat elang kagian gichen yek chidrikan mengan aquarium elang par kagian gichen protected areas network marang parainot par chiben ben regulation yung par kain ko chat me activity kanan oceanic division rebello ko chaitam Kia next slide. Gucci next steps. Mene me kamang aja loge. Ewu na orang. Pe en labalak melale gucci kagian kagian mimra. Cek kulege coni neria kamang aja liga jap gucci. Imcik kamolol kana migar perlo sessionin ngan rongajak ceti air. Parmeno cuan me mimra kacang kalapalak an melale ke intro aja lagi. Eji gucci social media. Parainot para workshops, yung parainot ini juga through partner yang inot MICS, Kowai PNCNC, raja par cibang par kapalala par kagian ngain ne mimrai kucing doror nyapi. Yung menu cuan, I get next steps. Cakanan pagianin, ami tiyan rainin, yung take this as a consultation. Yung par menu cuan kay. Cina je par kacau tu cibang kuami kacau jangan, eja ke regular jenin lo majeli. Ngai cakap par, mata kau slide. Slide tu ada tak tay? One more? Oh no more. Okay. So slide tu ada tak tay? Ngai ni kapalak florin ngai caberot kacau tu ini je par colok apa ngai eja Parlamen melele ko yar karwe jito. Ak imanain kacang parwa kacituk, ime parwar par memberin par partners and otomatis Robert Pericin yani dengan parwa kacituk por rare lakngan kagian kain. Amat. Ejme, jangan pej kagian ini, kia kami yang mau tahu cara balik pen oleh, pen kapal alau kagian ini, parainot kia cino net implementation. Jadi mau tahu perlu awareness phase, perkia jen marongin lukun kia kemana menakai human kagian ini. Aman. Poster okay. Jangan cino aja, orang ini aja jangan oleh cuan kabe dengan cuan television. So ini juga ocet aja. Aja kan? Okay. So jangan kar wait kar cuan kabe natan poster karena yang pekumin ka par ngan ini yang par cibang kumol kari dengan cibang kuami ngan kajere melele gini. Agi kicen pulin cuan poster ngan kicen kagiane gay cene jepar wan malak otom kamane cuan. Imeng ane almar rong imene cuman ini kamane ngan kumol kari ini.
Kumol kolak gemele lagi kagian na kuiba ngan uya gale age orage an mimra imjair ke chino ya kadak ngan bar kano yang ore em kange yek chidi gidi gane ngan ke barok loj dane are me kane ke peren chinjab kure gale ini ke or ami ya kadak ngan par kala goj ba chaba yang ore do ke gane erik em ko kure pe erik ngan mangak chene tal emeringan bar uyaga ke ak mimra komanga ba ngan komai kamo ngan uyaga ka komana ke kadak ngan kamo bajinja ba ngore
ejumai so lukun mo la kata ke okay arkar walok karta ko chaijin yegan chadai chaijin rubakia ran marongin kaman ningunung im kia yek chidukan chejawalep kile ke ece ba man pergi, bayarnya kalau bayar yuk jadi karena kayak ini jadi celak yuk gelap nggak ilu juga kalah. Payuk kok kayak enot nggak kuat tap tuki. Elang ni jempau, aki tuki kan, merong kalau alam tuki nggak kuarkar kangai alam tuki kan, aki mich kia pau kan ni jem roruto, celak kia ni jem pau ngancirik. Angai kuanakar tapi pau cirik kan peron roruto lakum katalak air kia par kamban par nijir, kia cakap ini jepaya warwati ni jem pau. Kalau perengai, jagalah kemelah yang lu parah kan aja lama lagi bungkar cicitan dulu coba. Akan mana? Enot kain mana? Ngayon kalang ni jempau, walang pau kile bimkia tuki, komane tuki kan pe kar keman amcu, akia imi jalak kia pau kan rukilep kia jalak kepar pau ngancirik. Angga kuanakar karutolak pau cidukan katolak air parka ini mau kata aja nam kia kajar balingan na jadi kar mijero pengen katolak air lengut pau ngani biu caklat ini jagar cicet tolak mau ini calak ukut aja yuk namai cie jalan ke parka kuba babe anu di cepaya merong malakam letok example is pas pekerjaan lo aja lengur.
Como all Florence, pero dulu awan kau de jualan kayu kacuyo. Yata yang tua, ngai deputy director ngan obijan MICS. Jata labar jibang obijinan mimra ikicien kapal alait melelegi ikicien size limit, fish harvest regulations ngan community ko. Karena mereka kakuwa balo keluar kuan Florence, ikicien size kan ibu nair kar kili size kan ikai yumun eleng iyo. Nangan rongol iyo inan kar tim inan mimra patan roan company biological sampling ko mereji to ko muji to loje ne kin lo market ko manganair lali eleng ke level lo air imra talo bar chong kin chen melele kin ar wal ngata fish size regulations kani me aur ko bojen ke baro yo ko mi rir pero lag rotolok size ne nge ko bogi ilo air periomun size ne lo ruler ne ke recangin to jangan air lik imenot ko barenot kakure loje to ilam pugi so kar kadamenan size kani pe army ro cinjino ke jabarugi ekin kunenan perilo lebemin ilo marketot nganu ya kage ne ilo armelele charbaliu in me no de bayan laban pressure loje to ne mela bala jenar yang orangan kopan loje pamleu iji jono jalap tadan pegala be jen loje to charbalin kuya kage yang menjudinan fokus mo kota lo lebe min ne kaya man kata barin ngan local government ko ngai komujilo ke amejai ku jin include rule kani ngan local government ko cuju menit para adresi lo management plan ko
kumul tua itu mah ko eman lakan karuwa ka jenanga aileng ka barkat citek eman marang ketok may ko nganco ciman
John, man moda pagkiri ko na yun inan kile moda tahanit kamolal ganyin pochabar argun pagkiri ko na ko bala ko tuloy melalago elban manara karno jaki chalago ko tagan melalago ko arparan walidok jinjana man kile chat melalago elbair manam cicit. Selagi nuat kamu lalu ini ngai para nuat tujuan ailengo cuan arwaj lebaran lalu lagi cuan ailengo me wayan kejauh lebai turun yang kecil tu kan kamu kaje kekaru gini agar mujer agar kamu ni pet ilo ailenga apoy naneme jika mujal kare kono kage ilo me ijima lamanagay chuan iyo mo ro iyo mo tolak janturing anturing ralakar to kom kamane e malakar wallalak cicing jalai beria ilo turing e ngai kachitang e merogone jwar par manai on malaw tom ni war itu kom logai di chuan chikuno me ni polen cicitang mamman manaro jini kamane charbalin on malaw kilo wawin in mengan kangal to yakin manai lengkinar tagay lo lebayan ano tar mga chuan ay lo me it magayutian mo jalwan ak tolok manai leng
kumol tatakan kacito kayo mo tajana lelakngan memberin fati men penuwag ikanan par kacalangan oleh bagay fati manage warair net presentation net taije elegan ralep ngi it schedulein kamanage presentation yang air ijime taije ruawa ak ini jatan lelak ko jaga anay almar majority fat program yan ini juan mal ko tumuwak ngan kami
kumol flow kumol le kan kaji tagam peti me ecem nololok lip kami yang ini yang dikit pun yang lo round row ni bolen ini ujino tada na jenis kamane kayak jaga yang naik lo round row matano cilu island ini me complete round juan ini cukup tak tak yang round row
kumol almar dalam kabar kecil follow up itu oke aman
Cuat, kalau kau tu ber, kenal moda kamu lain ni ngan bagamelo, kile kejo cumur, kilo arus kuba ngan kilo ini mem. Elginar kar lugun lale presentation eu, cuan presentation eu aman, elongot cicu kajitak ruada kajitak, ngai ni jam moman. Moda jana ni kamane kajitak ro, elginar moda kajitak bom cuan kajitak ngai komarong email itu. Oliven presentation yang email ya, imungai ini momen para olip. Kajian cuan, kajian kagian na, kalau kajian kagian itu me yang mangan kajibar. Anu cuan itu me enno yugipen yugirik, kena yugi na. Cuan itu me enno una beripen. Jadi logo kagian na, mana boleh cip cilet wawinar kang, agai cilet wawinar wiaga. Kajian ni kayak mana baru lugun kamu lalok gelanar kata kage ijen chais jamarong ge katakan ya karena ini chais ini ini ya jamarong kaman nung yum kamana bayan manajen uya kage na migi jen un jen lagunar kebujar kage kari kelokar uya kage jamarong ge kaman nujur ngan kaji paragun kaji jalage lo terus me rejiri eliginai rubur terus me ekawoda dangan ir jamarong adom kaman nujurim tapi mulai cicit dengan jangan yang merah jangan apa kiri ben menangan merah kang cakap tolong kumot
man kumol kan kamenum kacitoko ikichen kabe oleh presentation ichen public ko by pen plenary yan kay ini juga cuan flash drive ini juga jangan oleh rukuilak pekiyo kumin marongin access. So, ini juga parangan lagi, ini juga join flash drive, ini dalam oliven presentation and session ini, kubai pen session and plenary. Kia kacita ko kengkarwo, elegan ralep, kajangan ini kemana workshop yang orang me matan, link pen presentation ini me igar pampa, my fish and your fish. Jadi kemana mau kata, join exercise, ngan pegatan ikan. And the time keratan certain yuk lo ilang kanami. Kau mengai kacang kolak kata negan majau. Imkia elegan such atan area yang kemana mana jenis parkia kacita kepemi pakumin kapar kal kartok ngai yagan karya kemini ngai yagan karya tu yai lo ilangan yagan karya kiri. Cicot cikin kau oleh penai ilangan ini matan par exercise to kay lukay ini jelang tok cuan cucu slide jen partner ranareng lo the Nature Conservancy meron di kamelagan fish kit image kananagan size and tayo measure size tayo life history kain nga so ini elegan relab cuan cimatan kajangan ichinom hopefully ini juga kacituk ko am kia pada apa ngai par lang am par kacituk ko meron par kacituk yan me kajangan kamane exercise ini pendron man kamual lang ka par kacituk ngai calak par kacituk ewe ini much session ini area pekajangan stand payangan mangan relap im cene jaga par rol tok cuan cimatan ngan caitin ime percuanalen rome ngai kacung target cen plenary LRC rep Fisher rep ko pai pen Michael's LRO armi jero rain ngai kumi merong at least join yami join tok ngan session yan chinichino chuan chimapan. Jika ceng menapa olive jurisdiction rangga per ilo session in pen lang input janay lang ko kacujo. Jalakan menin par last call ngan kacita aman.
Mol, moda jena kualok cucu kajude kap kamen iklan moda kamol nalik. Pero dilo aun kilem kau tu jangan all euro ar, momen euro juga. National government ar, urek, madam, excellency gap ball cabinet member. Mero parai no gap train. Najol gap ber kan kay jarum tongan siajene ugiya. Mana kar rumia nak merah nak pai jok, irumuji wala ben malala ko. Ngai emarong itu cuci schedule, wajan jam marong miji wala ben. Jajan kenono kana merau dengan workshop. Kengkaro ikijen kaciduan elep nyak tahu kenono kaya anu tu wajah ijen kar work kain project roti kain kalmal lo jadi ngai. Warot kain ni ero koi ba matano cucu aile ngam eguliar ero wacce no kemicin lo kain prajar kain karo igicen conservation dengan harvesting elamonak agar warot tene juga ngal local government warat cep cerbat igicen kejebarok ik mengabat cuan riamar ijala Yegenia walau pakaiata, emak cigunta, sungun kana, ijen yang war. Menu jalan ini ke, ngaji yang war, ibi ayak ke, melelin elung yegep cik. Walau ar puru macam apa jalan manage wawin cerapa lagi. Kacu tu ko ngai, emarong labalo kan, matan walau karijia ke, en info jalan ciri kalau karijia, ingat kan karijia nuya. Kalau water ni jangan local government ko recap cerbat. Ajar mana kan ngar bijeng yang elok, malak management kan wangin cerbat kalian harus biji. Jadi kajian hari ini komol, mana kan lebar lengar kajian tu kalian malah lengan ilo awakan komol.
Komol tata im colok output, pe hari jep baca katan schedule ngan printout and public session pe nakar yuit elang kavi jo ini jelas kia. Macam ada yang break session ini. Aiki jen kecil tu kau bulan ini jadi kuit paratan. Emarong peragar no town. Kau jaga kecil tu cipang ngan local government ngan kami jalan kariban lak enforcement. Okay. Aman. Macam no town yung bulan matan menoko kami cemerong ni payah atau kaki during break kaya. Ipen par merenum kia lale ini jadi tarang merong cerpali penruan dengan wan malakot kan isui ngaman kumol langka par kacita man par cono jo Oh, yung par oche matan pelo listing na almar me red pero tot human face join. Yung mo jawat nasa kiye ni chino kaman planning in jampo wa jangan ini ko.
Ay belen kedala lagi jirik poin.
Yang kone side meeting.
Ngayar kenani ben nerogi jipum. Ene kar kaman rokui ke modal. Akan menin raro litre bakam yang kaya malang mota carbali nare ya indam ngemut. Dej majot carbali naga jadi juli litre bawa jangan ene.
Komol, yung potong par may nganco komol tayo ni
Man, pero de la por kau de yo dale. Cep kecil tu kemini aku palu abot, jenut kamolol, nalala mecar no jaga kai, kecep nalala gelap. Yang ulina lukun, pengmanta kemini, cinu ni war kamone mana ngaya lukun, yang mana na berala kar kalok cet kain nalala bo, elban, lagan, armiji ni ailenga mana na kubanga, yang mengai parano de cep. Chuan riang war, aga ay lakar cago meneo, ay buru mo boy, yakar cago, tongon raini, jantur tongon raini, emcit kamolo le boy, chuan nano elwaram, manar rong jaga, kerja malalo kay lep, emcit jala kay, ecap tu kajen kia, ini cikin, pengai chuan yo me, cep lukun riang war, kainen me, ilukun cuara, kumol.
Komol, menurut kita kemudian fatu memang par nota, pulin net par kian perkaya memang arang dipendron, pulin fatu net kacang kapikian pen atau ipam kopai pen merel, memang. Par lang ke kacang tu Cepelo 11:53. Tani kocak na wajane ni ketelur tau mangan rale poko. Yang. Oke. Kamu jadi ke dua cek ya. Yang mau jaga. Apa kia? Marang ke kacau tu kebecuan ni kap cara menakan kejadian yang pun ingat rar kaku pak kejadian lu cara. Langkai cuan marong cara pekerjaan dua jam mangai.
Flow rewa yang macam cara je. Yang macam cara.
Oh macam cara kaya. Okay. Macam cara mangai kejadian. Yang ni kami projek mangai ko kan lain dua jam cuan cimatan kejadian parol tok. Ini je par kecil tu be LRC member, Riangwar member, ko by pen Michael Selaro. Pokoknya kap join ni workshop session yang ariang cinojan cuan cimatan. Come on and enjoy your lunch.
This production.
Ilingin namo kan dia ke manager walawan yang mau rogan kayak apa. Let's go.
Tu orang kue lagi nanti mungkin juga yo, ipin riang orang. Jangan aja melala ko ngani kitchen kalian ni muawe neja im jolak kayak juga yo. Im kena jerabalin kau tata. Mimra ipentin si rar koba merong ilo air kalabalak kabelo igitchen sea safety ak magdugo igitchen kajabaro kilometer. Elukunaur boy all brian roran melele penjep walk choren go manir ilo air chijaragro.
Ranking Day. Jonanin kamolo ngan armin namone chen ministerio traectorio di mole brujar warran mimra cara manangan ko yang lo kay ko ramian te dilongon video ngana maloji kiti jarbalogan mimra ko don kala video ye ako don kala video ye.
With 4 polyps. Usually they can have several polyps on the top.
Very cool.
But it's a typical deep sea pen. It's not found in shallow waters.
Okay, awesome, very cool. And they use those polyps to catch their prey?
Yeah, the polyps have tentacles that are filled with nematocysts. So these are stinging cells that will capture either other animals or particulates out of the water column and ingest them. And actually you can see the gastrovascular cavity, which is the darker red maroon color in the center of the polyp. So that's its gut and stomach.
That's awesome. So cool.
All right. Yeah, we can take a look at that.
While we're moving, I just wanted to give a shout out to the Baird family in Massachusetts. They're watching us right now. So, hi.
Hello, hello. For those of you that are just joining us, we are on dive number 2 of Expedition NA-174 to explore the deep sea waters surrounding the Republic of the Marshall Islands in search of biological and geological samples. We are currently at a depth of 2,562 meters, and some of our major goals on this specific dive are to, again, search for new biological samples, possibly new species or new range extensions. We will also be collecting some eDNA or environmental DNA, which will give us a better overall picture of what organisms live in these environments.
You good with that, Steve? That's great. It's awesome. So this is a flytrap anemone. also known as Actinoscyphia. It's living on top of a long sponge stalk. The sponge is long dead, but we typically find these anemones and other filter and suspension feeding organisms like some barnacles a bit further down the stalk, associated with higher parts of the terrain, and any way that animals can get up and off the deep seabed into the flow of the current is a good spot for them to feed. All right, really nice photos. I think we're ready to move on with our move.
You said this is a type of anemone, Steve?
Yep, it's a type of anemone. Actinoscyphia.
Amazing.
It's a particularly large one.
This one.
But you find
Ngan
this
ba
genus
jirik kemelelengan rorit kananalo je man.
And they're always in the deep sea.
Live stream yo agent tu medoin kata nailang labalabem begini. Imenge live stream yo walo yon ti mayan kia. Yang video is live from Timayo Mejiba Nautilus. So the EV Nautilus is demonstrating this live session right now. Lo sea mount kan medoin begini mailang labalab.
So you said that was a large.
If you see on this side, this is the depth.
Can they get, how big can they
So all of information go kan ngora kachito
average size of them, but they can get a bit
More.
bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, depending on the situation, where they're sitting on. Sometimes they're on the seabed, sometimes they're higher up. They will often parasitize any substrate. So if there's a coral that has a bare part of its branch, they'll settle on that and they can live parasitically with the coral branch. You find them all over.
Will they eventually end up killing the corals if they live on those branches?
They can grow large enough, but they typically won't kill an entire coral. They'll just grow larger. But corals will also have mechanisms to defend against such types of parasitism.
Okay. Could you explain some of those mechanisms?
Yeah, they're really interesting, and they're kind of rare to see, but we're starting to see them more and more, especially in the deep sea. But in shallow water, corals have a lot of different defense mechanisms, like the ability to defend chemically against other organisms in their surroundings. So they might, put out a distasteful or noxious chemical to other animals that might take their spaces. In the deep ocean, though, things tend to grow pretty slowly, and chemical defenses are still present in things like sponges. However, these types of deep water corals, for example, might create cysts, like a tree might create a gall around, a wound or a parasite.
Yeah, definitely.
That's pretty common.
Awesome. So again, for those of you just joining us, my name is Matt Holden. I am the Science Communication Fellow aboard this watch for this dive. You've also heard Steve over here talking. He is our lead for this dive, one of our co-scientists on this expedition. Just want to do a quick round of introductions. So again, my name is Matt Holden. When I'm not at sea, I am a high school science teacher in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Annette, would you mind giving us a little introduction of yourself?
Sure. I'm Annette Govindarajan, co-science lead on this cruise, heading up the eDNA sampling with our multi-puffer sampler on Hercules. And I'm a biologist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, where I study deep sea biology.
Very cool. So excited about using this amazing new technology, this eDNA multi-puffer. Hopefully it'll give us a nice, good picture of everything down there.
Hope so, thanks.
We're looking at here a sea star called the Brisingid. It's an order of sea stars that's similar to something you might imagine to be like a sea star, but these are a special deep sea group often, although you can find some representatives in shallow water at the higher latitudes. But you can see several arms. Each of these arms is covered with lots and lots of very sharp spines. It's one of the ways they can defend themselves or and perhaps feed, but we're looking at actually the possibly on one of the arms on the left side, a wound or some sort of
Yeah, where it's
joint,
kind of bending right
or
there.
a bent. Yeah. All right, that's a good image. Pilot, I think we can move on there. We got some good imagery.
Do they always have the same number of arms or legs like that?
No. I mean, sometimes they'll be missing appendages. Okay. Yeah. There are some xenophyophores too. These little look like balls of crumpled up paper on the seafloor. Those are small single-celled foraminifera animals. They make their structures out of sediment, agglutinating sediments together.
Very cool. So they kind of build their own homes.
Mm-hmm. They're very common in deep sea sediment, soft sediment environments. So I will give you a heads up, front row, that the bathy is a little bit off here, and we are heading up slope, but if there's any hard substrate targets on sonar, we want to kind of steer towards that to the most extent possible. And the waypoints are more like guidelines, so we'll just kind of keep the hard stuff in our, yeah.
Yeah. All right, copy that.
More like guidelines, yes. I said that a bunch of times yesterday. No one picked up on it, so thanks.
We can continue on with some of our introductions on the back row. Leela, would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself?
Of course. Hi, am I really loud?
Sounds
Okay,
great
cool.
to me.
Hi, I'm Leela Madhava. I am the data logger for this shift, meaning I'm jotting down important events and keeping track of samples as they happen. I'm originally from Chicago, but I am now a student at University of Seattle, University of Washington, Seattle.
Awesome. UW. Woo-hoo.
Go Dogs.
Mariana, would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself?
Hi, I'm Mariana. I'm from the Marshall Islands, and when I'm not at sea, I'm a student at Hilo, University of Hawaii.
Awesome.
And I'm taking my internship here in the Marshall Islands with MIMRA, so that's why I'm here.
Very cool. Is there anything specific that you are studying right now at school?
Just marine science. I haven't even thought about that yet.
Cool.
But I'm more into conservation work, so.
Love that. Super important in the world we live in today to make sure we're protecting all of these amazing organisms and biodiversity. And then also on the back row, we have Steve. Steve, would you tell us a little bit about where you're from, how you got involved with OET?
Sure. So I am a biologist. Otherwise, if I'm not at sea, I'm a biologist at the National Museum of Natural History in the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. My focus for the past at least 10, 12 years has been deep sea ecosystems, focusing on deep sea corals and how the ecology of deep sea corals and seamount environments. And for the past 10 years or so, I've focused almost exclusively on the Central Pacific seamount environments. There's a sea pen right here if you have time to, or actually no, it's a sea cucumber. But if you have time, we could take a peek. If not, it's okay.
Very cool. Oh yeah, look at our little friend up there.
Partial is fine.
He looks translucent, similar to the one we saw in a previous dive almost.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've been seeing some corals on these dives. I know that shallow water corals have a symbiotic relationship with algae. Do these corals also use algae for photosynthesis and getting their energy sources, or is it something else?
No, they're strictly heterotrophic, as we say in the biz. So heterotrophic means that they are wholly reliant on particulate capture or animal capture from the water column.
Okay.
So they're reliant on consuming other things for their energy source.
Nice. So just like, most of the animals we see on land, heterotrophic.
Yep. Great. Good shot with that. I think that's enough. We saw that on a previous dive. It's so that is a type of sea cucumber, possibly in the genus Amperima, which is also the group that it's more of a common name, but they're called sea pigs. You might have heard of that.
Is that are they related at all to nudibranchs?
No, these are so those are mollusks.
Okay.
And these are echinoderms.
Gotcha.
2 different phyla.
Very cool.
There's a lot of things in the deep ocean that look similar, gelatinous, somewhat.
Okay.
Perhaps translucent, but evolutionarily quite distant.
Interesting. Yeah, they have those very similar looking body as well.
Yep. What
Big
you got
old
there?
boulder.
What's that red thing in the foreground?
Oh yeah.
Is that shrimp in the foreground there? Big shrimp.
That's a huge shrimp.
Val, we got a big rock.
Now that's a rock.
Front row, would you guys mind giving us a little introduction? Dan, if you're ready, we could start with you. No problem.
Nice looking shrimp.
Yeah. And they use those.
That's a really interesting shrimp. Yeah, this is a Caridian shrimp, probably in the genus Heterocarpus, but might be different. You got any more? It's in a really nice posture. That's why.
It looks like it's feeding or trying.
Oh, actually, yeah. That actually might not be.
For lunch.
That's all the zoom I got.
Oops.
We ate your relatives. So sorry.
Very cool. Okay, that's good. Great. Mm-hmm.
What are all those little hairs along its legs?
Actually, they're probably sensory.
Okay.
A lot of the things here, as you can tell, it's pretty dark if we don't bring our own light with us, so things have to survive on other sensory or other ways to sense their environment.
So, Steve, one thing I was wondering, I was going to ask if it's mostly like marine snow or sediment on the bottom here, but is there a way to distinguish it in soft-bottomed areas like this?
No. There's one second. There's a large tunicate right there. We're going to know what that is, so, but a snap zoom would be helpful on our way around the rock.
It's got a good spot up there.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, this is a tunicate. In the genus Culeolus. We see these, they're very widespread, but it's a tunicate that lives on long stalks. Sometimes they can get quite long, and they just live by filtering water.
Is that about average size for them?
Average is difficult to say because the size is often dependent on the depth of the water.
Okay.
And there's a lot of different variables, including age. What do you, something like that.
And so for those of you following along, if you can see the two little green dots, those little lasers, those help us determine size. They are 10 centimeters apart, so they allow us to determine how big these amazing organisms are.
Bridge nav.
Yeah, another Pristine. Yeah, that's sufficient. I can keep moving.
You just tell me.
Setting
if
a good pace. That's good. That's keeping the biologists in check a little bit from.
Busy over there with our videos.
All right, we can keep the introductions going. I'm Dan, I'm our video engineer. This is my first journey out here, second dive, and I'm really excited for what we're finding down here.
Yeah, super exciting stuff. ROV pilots, if you have time, would you mind giving us a little introduction?
I can go. I am Rai, and I'm in the co-pilot seat. And this is not my first time out here, but it might look like it is.
Rai's a seasoned veteran.
No.
She's been out here many times.
It's coming up on a year now of regular diving, so.
So cool.
And I'm Levi Unima, flying Hercules right now, and this is also my first time flying Herc for this cruise on my second dive, so I'm with Dan. We're same.
Awesome.
Yeah. And I'm Gabby Espino. I'm a navigator, so I'm more or less doing the situational awareness between the boat and the ROVs underneath us, making sure we're all one team heading in the same direction. And yeah, I'm originally from Kailua, Hawaii, and I'm a Navy veteran.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your support.
All right. Are you okay if I click onto your hydraulics page? I'm not going to click anything. I just want to see. Okay. So you've got those. I just don't. Okay.
We just had a question come in. Maybe, Steve, you can help me answer this. Obviously, these organisms live down in the deep ocean where there is very little, if any, light whatsoever. Do they have the ability to sense light, or have they lost that, or maybe never developed it, or maybe they do have the ability? I don't know.
Yeah, well, light.
I'm just messaging
light,
Robert.
Light is a catch-all term for a lot of different types of radiation. I mean, visible light, probably not so much.
Okay.
But maybe they could see in other wavelengths that we may not be aware of. There's been some work about, animals that can see in the UV spectrum. Those are possibilities, but I think there tends to be more of a reliance on sensory appendages, sensing vibrations, pressures, things like that, from what we can see based on the morphology of some of these animals. But optics is a really interesting area that there's a lot of work ongoing.
Yeah.
About how certain animals, especially crustaceans, can affect or can sense their environment.
Can they also sense changes in like different chemicals or nutrients in the water?
Yeah, that's probably one of the mechanisms they use.
Awesome. I know, I think it was mantis shrimp have really amazing optical sensory, especially for ocean critters.
We started today's dive a little bit deeper than
Depth 20 meters, heading
previous
210.
dives, which could be a reason why we're not seeing as much as we saw on yesterday's dive, or day before yesterday. We're a bit deeper. We're about 500 meters deeper than when we started yesterday. And typically, as the deeper you go, the less dense the biology becomes difficult to gain food as you get deeper in the ocean because of degradation of carbon as it sinks through the water column. In addition to corals and sponges, bacteria love to eat anything in the environment, so they're responsible for a lot of the low quality by I mean low carbon content in food that animals at this depth might encounter.
Gotcha. So do we find like a high biodiversity of bacteria normally in these deep sea environments?
Not necessarily. Diversity, that's another, yeah, microbial ecology is another thing. I don't know too much about that, but typically the deeper we go, there can be high biodiversity, but it's going to be patchier, for example. So it might be hard to sample an entire microbial community from, one Niskin bottle or something like that.
Right.
And you would have to use some form of molecular tool to examine the diversity of sequences and for microbes.
Gotcha. And probably some environments or maybe some specific substrates might have a little bit more variety or diversity than others.
Sure. But the other aspect is some animals can offset the low-quality food by just consuming more of it. And a lot of animals that are attached may not be able to move to a better location. However, they can settle in another location. For example, if you have high current flow in an area, that usually is beneficial for animals that are attached, so they preferentially settle in areas that have good flow, so they're receiving more food per unit time.
So they can kind of pick and choose where they want to settle?
Yeah, and that's my working hypothesis for now, why we're not seeing as much here, is that it's probably a lower flow regime in this area. The amount of sediment on some of these surfaces, it helps indicate that too. Sediment tends to accumulate in areas where there's not a lot of disturbance. Think about your home, where does dust settle,
Everywhere.
It's definitely not in your, in your main thoroughfares and your hallways and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
It's usually behind the sofa or underneath the bed.
Things I haven't cleaned in ages.
And then you mentioned preferential settlement in different areas. What does some of that life cycle kind of look like in terms of, are the larvae being spawned and then released into the water column?
Yeah, that's one mechanism. Different organisms have different modes of reproduction, but that's one of them that's predominant. There's a nice brachiopod. I think that's what you're going for down here in the center.
Brachiopod? What kind of organism is a brachiopod, Steve?
It's actually, yeah, let's take a look. The last watch saw one of these earlier on too.
Good catch.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, it's like camouflaged very well with the sediment.
Yeah, it looks exactly like the last one. So these are small shelled animals. They could look like bivalves sometimes, but sometimes it's really hard to tell them apart. But they're typically small shelled animals, but the anatomy is a little bit different than your bivalve mollusks. They're a bit more simple.
Gotcha. So I know bivalves are common in seafood. Would people ever
Looks
eat
good, Pilot.
something
Thanks.
like this?
This is not something you would want to. The shells are very brittle, and there's not a lot of viscera inside them.
Gotcha.
Yeah. We've sampled them a couple of times before, and they usually just get crushed. They don't sample well. They're very fragile.
Yeah.
But they are an ancient lineage that's reflected in the fossil record. So if you're interested, go look for fossils of brachiopods. They're all over.
Very cool. You find them all over the ocean, not just in the Pacific?
Right. Yeah,
Gotcha.
typically deeper, but they can be locally abundant in some places too.
I've changed my mind. Oh, sorry, I'm on SPL.
It's really great that we're able to share these experiences and this exploration live with, people all around the globe. Just for instance, right now we have people in the U.S., Canada, Australia, Sweden, New Zealand, Netherlands,
Looks to be
Marshall
something over
Islands.
here. Do you have enough tether to get over in that area? Looks like a stick over there, a stalk of some type. Could be an optical illusion, but it's worth chasing down anything here.
Got to catch them all.
That looks like another Brisingid. Or crinoid. Yeah, snap zoom would be enough. Crinoid.
Crinoid.
No, that'll be all right.
Could you tell us a little bit more about crinoids, what kind of organisms they are, Steve?
Yep, they're echinoderms, so that animal is very closely related to that sea cucumber.
Awesome.
Yep. So within
water up there.
Yeah, something was
small polychaete. Yeah,
kind of.
I think I saw that.
Agitating up there. Very neat.
It's dancing.
Oh wow. Fast little friends.
What's neat to think about is that we are the very first to ever see this.
Yeah.
This seamount.
It's so incredible being on this expedition, getting to explore these areas, new to science, maybe even find some new species or new range extensions. Just absolutely amazing.
Actually, can we zoom right here? There seems to be a snail or something, maybe.
Ship's holding.
It might be nothing, but yeah, that's nothing. Usually when you see patches that are, that's nothing. Never mind. Usually when you see patches of bare sediment, sometimes it can indicate feeding traces. And snails and some animals will clear the sediment, so you'll be able to see where they've traveled and where they've fed.
Like little trails or little paths through the sediment?
Mm-hmm. There's a coral right here. Mm-hmm. This might be a collection target, as a heads up.
Looks like something over there on the right as well.
Right. So you can plan ahead. Might want to collect a piece of this. This is
for the coral.
This is going to be a primnoid octocoral. Probably. Well, we'll get a genus on it, and after we get a zoom.
Good for zoom.
Yeah, really nice.
Is there a
Are we
shrimp down there?
feeling like
Yeah,
this
they're
is
just
going to
shrimp.
be a sample?
It's going to be a sample, yeah. Is there any way to get a tight zoom on that node that's on the bottom? Yeah. So for the collection, since it's small, I think we can go ahead and snip it pretty low. Yeah, next to the rock.
Sorry, shrimp.
This is a good time to talk about bioaggregation, I guess.
Yeah, tell us
When,
about it.
in the deep ocean, a lot of animals tend to aggregate around each other because, for that shrimp, the coral is a structure, it's a habitat, it's producing fecal matter, and so other animals might feed on that, or it might attract other animals, or say a fish, it gets captured by the coral and falls down to the bottom. The shrimp might be able to take advantage of that food source.
Awesome. Are there certain types of organisms that tend to be associated with these octocorals?
Oh yeah, brittle stars, for sure. I'm trying to figure out what some of these small animals are. They might be small crustaceans, but we might be able to take a look at them when they get up on deck too. But this is going to be definitely a primnoid octocoral, and I'll be able to tell you a little bit more after we collect it based on some of the morphological characters, if we can put it in a genus on the seafloor, if we have to wait until it comes up to the surface.
What sort of morphological characters do you look for when identifying species?
With the primnoids, so you'll find and you'll see when we touch the colony, all the polyps will contract almost instantaneously, all at the same time.
I'm just gonna get the arms set up.
They
the
have
right
a
one.
nerve net that runs through the coenenchyme, or the tissue that runs between the polyps, so they can send signals very quickly from one end of the colony to the other. But as we touch it, all the polyps will instantly close, and the way that the polyps contract and retract will tell us a little bit about what genus it could be, because that morphological character is very specific to certain genera, or it helps narrow it down. It's not entirely conclusive. But this family is exclusively deep sea, and several species have been described recently by scientists at my home institution, as well as others from this group of octocorals.
Is there a reason that we call them octocorals? Does it have to do with 8?
Yeah. So if we look closely, like on the umbellula we saw, it's very apparent, but each polyp will have 8 tentacles.
Huh.
Yeah, octo 8.
Makes sense.
And in addition, the tentacles have to be pinnate, or they have small little pinnules coming off of each of the tentacles. Oh, there's a squat lobster there too.
Oh yeah. And those squat lobsters, do they live only in the deep sea as well?
No, you can find them on coral reefs.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're actually very colorful and very fancy shapes of their shells and morphology, but there's certain genera that only live in the deep sea, for example.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna come up a bit, that way I don't have to think about it. So it looks like we have, something in the forward box?
It should just be the ring.
A rock in the starboard. We have 2 rocks, one in each of the starboard bio boxes.
Okay.
So the forward bio box, both of them are empty, or there's room in the second back on the
I think we can
start.
go in the forward box, either side for this one. There's no biology in there yet.
Sounds good. And are we wanting to, where are we wanting to snip the sample?
Close to the rock.
Okay, so take the full.
Yeah.
Okay. Levi, is the camera retracted?
So I've noticed as we've been doing these dives, we don't collect
Video, are
every
we done with
single
the zoom?
specimen we find. Is there like a specific genre or specific type of organisms we're looking to collect in this expedition?
Perfect. Okay, arms
Generally, anything that could represent a new species, range extension, you know, something really novel for these depths or these waters, and that could be anything. There's a lot of work that's been going on in the region in recent years, where we have some baseline information about some major taxa, but as I've been finding in my research is that, you know, things that look similar to things we think we know are actually not, and sometimes the only way to really discern the two is to examine it, you know, hold it in your hands, examine it, and then you have a record for all of time.
Yeah, that's amazing. And
Yeah,
you do a lot of genomic research as well, is that right, Steve?
Right. Yeah, that's genetics and genomics is.
Oh, sorry. I need to index.
So we can
but
look
I
at the
don't wanna
DNA
close it
to
on.
really see if it's a new species or not, basically.
Yeah, that it helps. So
yeah.
Where are we here?
the whole process we use is called integrative taxonomy these days.
Okay.
So integrative taxonomy means we look at the morphology, we look at other aspects of their biology, maybe their reproductive morphologies, even ultrastructure of certain. Can we take a zoom in the manip?
Yeah.
Can you get a sec?
Great grab, pilots.
Thank you. All right. We're stable there.
Yeah, that's great that we use those
you want a
multiple
closer zoom
sources
than
of
that, Steve?
evidence to really get the best picture that we
yeah,
can.
can we zoom in? You want me to tight? zoom in on that? Okay.
Yeah. Do you want me to move it out to where the, I don't know if I'll be able to get the lasers.
That's okay.
Really.
Yeah, that's okay. All right, so you see some of the polyps are starting to retract in some ways. This one, it's a little bit, can sometimes be inconclusive, so it could either be between Candidella or Calyptrophora, but we'll have to take a look. Sometimes they continue to contract further, but I think we're happy with that and we can stow it.
Roger.
What was that second possibility, Steve?
I'll write it in the
don't bring it
sea
all
log
the way
here.
out. Apparently they're having issues with it. Yeah, that should be fine.
So
Yeah, that's great.
Candidella is a genus that
see if I can remember how to get
typically the polyps will not contract against the axis, so they'll kind of stick straight out in whirls around the axis of the skeleton. And Calyptrophora is the other genus where they tend
we
to
don't have a preference for which side this goes in?
either.
Nope, either is fine.
They'll tend to retract with the polyp
try not to get it too much closer.
pointing up the axis, or we call polarity of the polyp sometimes.
Okay.
Very nice.
So that might help us distinguish between the two different species.
But
I'll get back.
And then the
to
last thing is,
stowing.
before we take off here, can we zoom in this area? There is a crab down there.
Yeah.
And it may be a suction potential, but let's take a look at it first.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can see it right there.
Hey, buddy.
And then, Nav, could we get a pin dropped for sample 043?
Cool. So can you set up to suction that?
Yeah, are we going to want to...
Any idea what kind of crab that might be?
Yeah, it's called a squat lobster in the genus Munidopsis.
And
Thank you, Nav.
there's been a lot of work and new species described within that genus in the Pacific recently. So it's definitely a candidate
Yeah.
for a new species.
You can also porch out when you get up if you want. That does make it easier to grab the, oh. Ah, Roger. Okay.
And so these organisms that we're collecting, are there pretty numerous down here? Like we're pretty sure we're not collecting like the only
I'm
one
leaving
of
this
its
blue
kind,
button right now. I just don't want it to
Yeah.
sag right now. But
Yeah.
yeah.
The deep sea is a massive, massive place, and even though we're not seeing an abundance, they're omnipresent in the environment.
Yeah.
But it's patchy, as we call. So
Right.
there may not be 10 of them
porch
in
out a
one
little bit.
area, but you know, there's not enough
think
food to
that's-
support 10 of
that's
them
fine
in
for
one
me
area.
grabbing the-
Exactly, as you said earlier, you know,
this section.
less and less numbers the deeper we go because of that carbon degradation.
The thing about corals, though, as you saw maybe on the previous dive,
I think we can just leave the porch out for the sample, as long as that's fine with everybody's view.
yeah, it looks at
Yeah.
Yeah,
Steve,
sure.
you're an amazing spotter. Like, I can't find any of these things until you point them out.
I've looked at a lot of seafloor. Maybe not as much as Megan, but I've looked at quite a bit.
Your eyes kind of get used to it, maybe.
Yeah, you start to shadows, especially.
Uh-huh.
You know, when you bring light down, you see shadows of things on the rock.
Uh-huh.
And then you start to pick out shapes, unnatural shapes.
Yeah, yeah.
Where is the thing that I'm grabbing?
Unnatural rocky shapes.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. That's ideal.
This thing here, it's
very
probably no
good at
bigger than
blending.
about 4 or 5 centimeters.
Yeah, I had
but
already lost it.
the perfect size to suction.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna grab the.
Which suction buckets data do we have open?
All of them except for 4 and 5 are open.
Come on, shoulder.
I love it when we use the
It's a little hard
suction
to grab
tool.
this section.
It's so fun. So fun to watch.
I'm going to turn off pumps 6 and 7 while we do this.
Turn off or just pause?
I think I'm going to turn them off and we'll restart with a new
I'm
set
just gonna
when
set
we're
up
done.
first.
Okay, so confirming they
sorry,
are off
dropped it.
now.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Annette,
Yeah.
is there a reason we want to turn it off right now before we collect?
Just in case any sediment or particles gets stirred
There
up,
we
it
go.
seemed like a good time to turn them off. It was about time to
Is this a
switch
good
over
view
to the
for
new
you all?
set anyway.
Gotcha.
So,
can we do
Just
a
to prevent
partial
like
zoom?
anything we don't want getting in there.
Copy that.
yeah, any sediments or kind of over representing this
Alright.
area.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I think I am pretty close to him from what I can see. So yeah, let's get suction up. Are we on the jar we want? Okay, and we're suction up pretty high? Yeah, okay.
Oh.
It's about to go for a wild ride.
He does not want to go.
He's hanging on by 2 legs.
Oh! Alright, so watch him go into the jar.
Success.
Alright,
Good.
stop. And
It's so funny
yeah,
watching
perfect.
them
Alright,
get
so I'm
sucked
zooming
in
back
there.
out.
Amazing.
Beautiful. Nice grab.
It's like an alien
Both
spaceship
collections,
coming
really
down
nice.
and taking
Now,
Yeah.
could I get a pin dropped for this one as well?
pin is dropped.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great collection pilots.
I'd like to try it and let's just see. Yeah, I got it sagged again. I wonder if that's why we're using the blue button. Sorry, let me just I'm gonna do arm exercises.
Nav, the pin is 044, not 043. Thank you.
My guess.
And then ROV, which slurp jar did you end up putting it in? Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm just seeing if I can get it to stop doing that.
Herc's just really excited that we were able to collect that amazing crustacean.
I'm gonna keep blue
The
button on
Munidopsis
then,
genus,
'cause
they can get
otherwise we're
quite
just
large.
sagging.
They can be like
wow.
big, chunky
5-6
crabs,
inches or so. Yeah. Very
Especially
cool.
deeper.
Oh.
There's a phenomenon called deep sea gigantism. That
Oh.
instead of this, it's a paradox. So as you go deeper, the food supply is
Right.
poorer, but animals tend to be larger.
Huh.
Perhaps because they have longer lives, they size up.
Have time
want
to
me
get
to
bigger.
porch in for you?
That is very
It's an
interesting.
evolutionary
I would
process.
think completely the opposite. That's really interesting.
Well, even you were saying, like, at the poles, that tends to emerge. It's called a process called deep water
I'm gonna give you back your
polar
starboard
emergence,
wheel
where
cane.
deep waters are typically come up shallower in the Arctic and Antarctic.
Mhm.
So you find gigantic versions of animals like sea spiders, for example, in the Antarctic that are just bigger, like orders of magnitude bigger than in the temperate oceans.
That's amazing, but also kind of my nightmare, seeing a bunch of giant sea spiders.
Yes. Yes, volume for pump 6, 199602. Pump 7, 194734. Yep.
Hey,
Nice.
Rye, would you have a chance to answer a question that just came in about the ROVs?
Yeah.
So we have a question that was just wondering, does Hercules or Atalanta have an infrared camera or any way to check for like hot spots or temperature variations that may, have lots of life forms near them?
Not currently. I'm not sure if in the past we've done an expedition where that was included. I seem to remember I wasn't on that one, but yeah, not currently. We don't.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm turning on pumps 8 and 9.
So just kind of following up on that question, I think that's why, it's super important that we have our multi-beam sonar mapping, because it allows us to get a really good idea of the different topography of the seafloor. And we know that certain species or even certain amounts of biodiversity might be correlated with different topographic structures. So it really helps us to kind of pinpoint where we want to do our dives.
There's a pink something there. You see that?
Okay, so Nav, could we get a pin dropped for 045 and 046?
Just a quick snap zoom on that, because there was something over to the left too that I
Thank
also
you,
wanted
Nav.
to take a look at.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's a beautiful color.
Sea cucumber, yeah.
Another sea cucumber.
No, that's okay. We saw this yesterday, so copy. Should be able to get a genus on it at least.
And then just to confirm,
there's
Annette, these will be pumps 8 and 9?
I think it might be
Yes,
slightly
that's correct.
down here.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Oh, wow.
A large tentaculated thing. Oh.
So Steve, a lot of these things have really bright coloration. Do you have any theories on why that might be, especially since it's so dark down there and you can't really see these colors that often?
Yeah, it's so there's a lot of hypotheses. Oh yeah, there we go.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
So this is a problematic group.
So pretty.
So this is something we've seen and sampled quite a bit in the Central Pacific, and it's something being worked on right now. It's actually an anemone. It's an anemone relative called Syrianthid, or a tube anemone. This one is sans tube, but if you were to peel back some of those outer tentacles, it actually has a morphological structure in the middle surrounding the mouth, a second row of tentacles that are different but morphologically different than the outer tentacles, which is unique to that particular group. So,
do they have different functions?
no, I mean they're filled with nematocysts.
Okay.
But we've sampled this one at least a few times across different Nautilus expeditions from Hawaii down to American Samoa and others. But we're still trying to work on this group. It's a work in progress because normally Cereanthids or Cereantharians are tube dwelling, so they live in the sediment. They have a tube in the sediment, and their body is in the sediment, and their tentacles just pop out from the sediment surface. So this one lives on the rock surface, and maybe you can start
kind
to
of a
see
unique feature for it.
Yeah, as some of the tentacles settle, you can start to see in here.
Yes,
there's a second ring of fine tentacles. So.
This kind of looks like one of those elastic caps that people could put on their head.
Yep.
And then, yeah, that'd be a cool hairdo.
Right.
All right, really nice imagery. I think we can move on. Copy that.
I'm sure it's not long before my students start to adopt a hairdo like that.
So the frustrating thing about these anemones, I've collected them before, is that the tentacles will bail out as a stress mechanism. So the tentacles pop off, presumably to scare or confuse predators, but they pop off and all that's left is the center viscera, the center body of the thing. So there are defense mechanisms that are...
when it does that, it will regrow them eventually, I assume?
I think so, yeah, likely.
But it's got a, I'm sure that's an energetic cost, getting rid of those.
I'm sure, yeah. Yep. Everything costs energy in the deep sea, and deep sea animals are often optimized for energy efficiency.
Yeah, it's hard to get energy down there,
nice
I'm sure.
polychaete there.
Wow.
Type of scale worm. Or, it's swimming. Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a genus yet for that purple Cereantharian. It's a work in progress and something that's been on my list to work on for a bit, but I'm not an anemone expert, but it's certainly within my job description to sequence the DNA and see if it makes sense in the phylogeny and relationships evolutionarily with other types of Cereantharians.
Yeah, it's just so incredible. That one of the reasons I love science is because you're always learning new things. You're always revising what you previously knew. It's always changing.
Yep. Well, I just, based on how much I've had to talk in the past hour, I would say there's a lot more biology that's starting to appear.
Definitely.
Because downstairs I was pretty quiet. There's not a lot going on for the first few minutes of the dive, but
we got the good shift.
It shows you a little bit about how patchy seamount landscapes are. You can have expanses of sediment and then tons of rock, and then it can go back to sediment again, depending on the topography and morphology of the seamount.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah.
Would you say like more unique topography or more mountainous topography is normally where we find more organisms?
Here, can we snap zoom on that? I think it's just some debris or rubble. Yeah.
Oh.
Good eye. Yeah.
Such a great eye.
Former sponge stock. All right, that's
zoom it back out.
And then there's another octocoral. I think it's the same species that we collected right up here on the rock top. And just a quick snap to confirm that. Upper left there. Nope, no, it's another Stellodoric sponge. They saw one of these on the last watch.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it has a very similar structure to coral.
Yeah, there are some sponges that do a very good job of impersonating corals, but sponges were around first.
Yeah.
So maybe it's the corals that are
maybe the corals are mimicking them.
Yeah. So this is a sponge called Stellodorix. These have been collected in the region quite a bit, but most of the species are actually known from the Aleutian archipelago. So higher latitude.
Okay.
But there definitely have been a number of collections from the Central Pacific in recent years, but not a lot of work's been done on them.
Gotcha. Is there anything that feeds on them?
Sponges are often not predated upon by things that,
Okay.
If some sponges are one of the oldest lineages of animals on Earth, and they have probably been living for 5, 6, 7, maybe even 800 million years.
Wow.
And they have developed over that time a lot of defenses that, especially chemical defenses.
Oh, okay.
That keep things a safe distance away. There's some sea stars that will eat glass sponges. Pythonaster is one of them. We see that associated with glass sponges, preying on or on the animals living on the sponges.
Okay.
But we do see sponge spicules.
Yeah. So they see the sponge and they're like, oh, I'm going to have a little bite. And then, oh, here's another little snack over here hanging out on the sponge.
Yeah. It's
ooh, what's that?
Nice. Another sponge coming up. We're on the sponge train this morning.
Yeah.
Wow, that's beautiful.
It is.
Good for snap zoom?
Yep.
I'll go for the snap right now.
Wow.
Wow.
So this is a euplectellid sponge. Shrimp usually. Actually, there's a couple things going on
Yeah,
here.
it looks like something's inside.
So can we focus on the top? There was something up there I wanted to point out.
Steve, would you mind typing into the data logger that name, the type of sponge this
Yep.
was again?
That's the genus is Regadrella. It's in the family Euplectellidae.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep. Do you get better light on it if you put the downlights on?
Downlights are on.
They are on?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wanted to point out, actually right here, there's a ctenophore. Yeah, there's a benthic ctenophore that often is associated with these sponges.
Cool.
Yeah. You want to tilt up. Oh, do you want it slower than that? Might have to.
Yeah. So the top of this sponge has a sieve plate here, but it's characteristic of this family. But this kind of red gelatinous mass is one single ctenophore.
Oh, wow.
And you can see its tentacles streaming off here.
Yeah, adjust your PRV for you. Yeah, sorry.
And so often you'll find them in these types of sponges, you said?
Any glass sponges or any structure really. They can sometimes be on corals, but there you go. So that's benthic ctenophore, probably in the genus Jophiella, which there's been some work done on recently by some of my colleagues at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington. Very nice.
Yeah.
But if there were more, I would consider a collection. There's just only one right there. But typically they occur in clusters of sometimes 5, 6, 10 more. But we'll just get a good image of that and then carry on.
View and upper is pretty neat right now, too.
But really nice.
Yeah. I think upper is too, actually.
Right.
Can I
Zoom
play
back
around
out?
the servo position, or? Just see.
This is what they will typically look like.
Oh, wow.
They're on sponges. They grow quite big, but yeah.
Very
this
cool.
This is a Caulophacus sponge, but yeah, you get the idea.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I have focusing ability.
But yeah, they typically find more than one on a sponge or coral.
I think I just have zoom.
If you were watching in the Palau expeditions last year, we actually saw many of them and sampled them, and we've already proceeded onto sequencing many of them.
And so that ctenophore, is it like a symbiotic relationship, or is it?
It's a type of symbiosis. It's probably commensal.
Okay.
So that means that neither animal really has a negative effect from their relationship.
Right.
And one of them usually has a more positive relationship, so the ctenophore gets a really nice perch to string off its tentacles and feed in the water column, and the sponge is just hanging out and saying whatever.
Doesn't really hurt the sponge at all.
I got a friend.
Yeah. You mentioned sponges were some of the oldest animals that we know of. Do you know by chance what like the oldest type of sponge is?
1 second. There's something here. Can you do just snap zoom on that? Sorry, I just noticed that. It's right between your toes right now. I just saw it was pink. I wanted to copy. Is it that?
Oh yeah.
Oop. Yeah. So this is a. This is another octocoral, first of its family, and I think first of its family on this dive. This is Chrysogorgiid octocoral, family Chrysogorgiidae. There's a bit of work that's been going on in this genus now. Taxonomic descriptions of new species and revisions. Yeah, that's good. I suspect we'll see more of those. They're fairly common across this type of landscape, so okay, maybe a collection for a later time, but I think we'll move on.
Cool. Zoom back out.
I love how we're already seeing so many different types of organisms, so much variety. Very interesting.
There is a possibility on that ctenophore thing I was thinking about now that if there's enough ctenophores that attach to the sponge, it could affect the sponge's ability to pump and filter water, because they typically take in water through the outside and excurrent through the osculum and through the top. So potentially they could clog. So there may be some downside for the sponge.
But normally only if there's like multiple ctenophores in there.
That one looked pretty healthy.
Yeah.
The sponge. Yeah, I see that.
Is that something on the bottom over there, on kind of the bottom right,
could
bottom
be.
middle maybe?
Yeah, that's an old sponge skeleton. They often fall down the slope after they detach. They die. They just
kind of roll down the hill.
Stuff falls downhill. Yeah.
All right. Want a snap zoom?
Yeah, let's do it, because sometimes you can find some associated invertebrates live around these structures.
I think there's a shrimp.
Yeah, it looks like a little shrimp print there.
Yep. So you can see it actually looks quite dark because, like the rock surfaces, a lot of these stagnant structures will start to accumulate ferromanganese crust, like on the rock. So that's probably why it's darkened a bit.
You want your camera tilt?
But I think that's what we got there.
Is the ferromanganese something that's in the water that starts to accumulate, or?
Yeah, it's a natural precipitation from the water, and it's actually a process that is driven by small electric charges on the rock and mineral surface.
So
Yeah.
opposites attract kind of idea?
Yep.
Awesome.
Okay. It's really nice.
Copy.
Well, I mean, the same kind of thing. Lots of metals, especially in contact with seawater, which is a really good conductor. Small electrical charges, will catalyze a lot of reactions in marine environments. Pilots can tell you all about what zinc does.
Yeah.
Or what it doesn't do, rather.
There you go.
Tell us, pilots. Tell us about zinc.
Yeah.
There looks to be something.
Oh, yeah, actually, I'm interested in that red thing on the left. You've got the eyes for sure.
You wanna look? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's
there
awesome.
you go.
Totally
Nice
did not
spot.
see that at all.
Ship's holding.
Oh, is it a little sea star?
It's a sea star.
Oh,
yeah.
it's so cute.
It looks like it's hiding.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a slime star. Actually, is a common name for the group of stars.
Slime star. Love that.
They're typical representatives of the deep sea star fauna in this area.
Do they?
There's a few different genera that are common,
Do they?
but
Oh.
Do they give off slime like the name may suggest?
terribly. Yeah, like they'll fill a whole bio box with slime.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the bigger ones. This one is a baby, but it's a good spot. I think it's the first slime star we've seen on the expedition. Very nice.
Yeah. Beautiful coloration.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, what?
Wow.
Whoa.
What?
He's yelling.
Yeah. So I was wondering if it would do that. So this particular family, the pterasterids, have a velum, which is kind of like a sheath of skin. I say skin, but it's not really skin. Tissue. And so they open that to exchange water to maintain hydrostatic pressure within their bodies. But yeah, that happens from time to time.
That was so cool.
Yeah.
That's full zoom.
Yeah.
How big do they get?
They can get pretty big, like dinner plate size. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This one's small.
Do it again. Do it again.
Yep.
Yeah, all right, zooming back out.
That's a good action shot.
Yeah.
Yep. No, we've seen that crinoid a few times. We'll just jot down the note and keep going.
That specific one, he's just following us.
Now that would be impressive.
It's just really moving.
Yeah. Super speed. Just loves Herc so much.
I still haven't seen one move yet.
There are some sea stars and sea urchins that can move comically fast.
Oh, yeah.
That
I
you
know.
wouldn't expect.
Like, I've seen them on
They'll-
YouTube, but
like,
not
they have their little feet, two feet that are just moving.
with my
out.
own eyeballs.
The ones I always think are funny when I see them moving are scallops. It just
Oh,
seems like it should be
yes.
a cartoon the way they like bounce along.
Yes. And all their little eyeballs. So cute.
So we're continuing on through these lava flows. I'm going to play geologist now a little bit. But we're looking at basically lava flows and occasional patches of pillow basalts and things, but this is all volcanic environment with pretty heavy coats of ferromanganese crust.
Yeah, I know yesterday when we were
Yeah, that's great.
cutting open that rock sample from the previous dive. It had a fair amount of that crust on the
Good for
outside.
snap zoom or wait? Yeah, let's do a good zoom on that. I don't know what that is. Copy that.
And sea stars and starfish, are they the same thing?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. Just wanted to double check.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, what is that?
Ooh.
Is it a can?
Oh,
it
no.
Could be trash, yeah.
Oh. It is.
Still got
It looks
stuff
like
in
a Coca-Cola, the reddish color.
Yeah.
Yep.
What not to do in the ocean if you're watching.
Some kind of can, yeah.
Don't litter.
Heavily rusted.
Something.
All right, good spot. That's the first trash we've seen, I think, for the most part.
Yeah. Glad we haven't seen more. Hope we don't see any more.
There's a cup coral right here, actually. If you don't mind setting up for a suction.
Yep.
Cup coral, I'm just telling you in advance because cup corals are really hard
Yeah,
to
I can do
ID in situ.
So a good sample to
And they're
take back
really
to the
easy.
lab.
down to take a look.
You can kind of just knock them off, and they're on a pedestal. They knock them off with the suction, and then they just go right up. So cup corals are some of the deepest living stony corals, the same corals that make up shallow water reefs.
Oh, wow.
Same exact
Okay,
group,
portion you out a
and
little bit more.
some just will live as one single polyp their entire lifetime. They won't make multiples, and usually the single polyp corals will brood larvae, so they'll have
wanna see your
fully
portrait
developed
land?
larvae that will emerge out of the corals when they reproduce.
Is the plan to slurp?
Yeah.
Suction?
Yeah.
Roger.
It says slurp on all my sheets.
Yeah, there you go.
Do any corals that you know of have
And
like
I imagine we're
parental
going to want to do
care?
a zoom on it first, too.
Not so much. I mean, usually, no,
Yeah,
not so much.
I didn't think so. I just wanted to check.
Sometimes, though, you can find planula larvae attached to the outside of corals, and they'll hang there for a bit. Especially mushroom corals will do this
Okay.
often.
We're not in a ship move. Okay, nice.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Are those that wider colored part? Would that be part of its gut?
Yeah, a little polychaete. Yep. Yep. So the tissue is the part on the outside, and that's just gelatinous, gelatinous tissue, and then the inside, where you see the white part, that's the skeleton.
Oh,
portion.
okay. Skeleton.
This one, this is there's a few different. I hazard a guess, but this one is giving me Vonella, a genus called Vonella vibes, and that's what I'm going to go with for now. But
Try to grab it
we'll look at and put the ID on it when it gets to the lab.
Nice.
Because there's a few structures that are inside, underneath the mouth, which is right in the middle where it's pinker, more pink, that we can look at that would tell us whether it's one genus or another. But
Okay.
Vonella is a deep water genus that you typically find deeper than 2,000 meters, and it's
Gotcha.
widely distributed in this region.
Very interesting.
It looks remarkably similar to one we saw yesterday, and I'm kicking myself for not collecting it.
Nice, perfect.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of these different deep sea organisms tend to have like similar morphology, similar adaptations. So I'm sure getting them back in the lab really helps in trying to determine exactly what it is.
With these cup corals, usually I try to collect them in pairs because they don't have a lot of tissue. Even though it looks like there's a lot of tissue, it's mostly water, and usually we have to take a forceps and get a tiny tentacle to extract DNA. But to look at the
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm like right there, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Woo!
There you go.
Got him.
Alright, let's watch them.
Well done.
Nice, got it.
Which jar did that go into? Thank you very much. Nav, could we get a pin drop for 047?
Yep.
My training was in fish suctioning, so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is nothing.
No. It's actually, I haven't used the arm in a while, so it's good to get back in. This is a new arm as of this winter.
I bet it's very difficult to suction up a fish.
It's a dance between pilot and co-pilot for sure. Yeah. Nice. Does back row have control over the lower camera's focus at all?
We should.
If it's maybe, let's take a, yeah, you want me to zoom out a bit? Like past the porch?
There's something
Is that
swimming
something center
around.
of frame there, or is that an optical illusion?
It looked like something swam by or floated by. In that
Yeah.
top corner.
No. That's just zoom, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's just perpetually focused on the porch. Interesting stuff. It's hard mounted to the, but yeah, we can maybe talk about how they, yeah. Maybe, yeah, on that.
So Rye, you said that your training with the suction was with fish. Would you mind telling us a little bit about like how you got into this field of work or this industry?
Yeah, I mean, up until a couple years ago, I had no idea really that this industry was an option. For me, my background is mechanical engineering, and I live on Vancouver Island, so I've kind of always worked in proximity to the marine industry.
Nice.
I used to work for a company called Ocean Networks Canada, which is like a science data company on Vancouver Island. And yeah, through them I did a bunch of expeditions with Coast Guard, and one out here on Nautilus. And that was kind of how I got in proximity to ROV and
Kacala
started
ciri
asking
ko taga
questions about,
chungul minute janit chino session inangan public. Rumayan taro taga chungul minute. Kumal.
You can just do it. And then yeah, it was actually on this ship when I came out with Ocean Networks Canada that I started talking to the lead of the ROV department, Josh Chernoff, and was kind of like, you know, I'm interested in coming out and doing contracts and stuff. And then yeah, starting last year, I left my old job and started doing this as my main deal. So
That's awesome. Yeah, I love how there's so many different roles aboard EV Nautilus, so many different ways to get
Yeah.
involved in ocean exploration.
and completely different ways. Like, I don't think any two people have gotten here like the same way, like even on our team with the same position. Like,
Yeah.
nobody has the same background or the same, like, some people have, you know, 2 PhDs and some people just did a technical program, and
Right,
some
right.
people, you know, just worked in industry as kind of like tech people and stuff. So
Yeah, taking advantage of those opportunities as they arise. I love it.
yeah.
2 PhDs, that's a,
Ooh,
wow.
sounds hard. Sounds difficult.
I struggled with one.
Yeah. I know sometimes when we do the go around, like everybody's background, I'm like, wow, I feel really. Like, oh.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds like not much life for a long time while working on those.
I like to tell people I capped out in the 27th grade. If you add up
27th grade.
That's great. Let's see how many did I do.
Yeah, that's nice. Can we get some screen grabs
12,
of that?
16.
Just the terrain, the topography.
Yeah.
It's terraced.
I made it to
Lava
21st
flows.
grade. I didn't make it quite as far.
Yeah. It's not because I was a poor performer. It's just.
Just tired.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of work.
I did see for the first time when you fill out forms, you know how they've dropped down menus about, you know, how many grades you completed. I did see one that said greater than 21 grades.
Oh my gosh.
Recently, and
Wow.
21 grades. What does that even mean?
Yeah. Well, I guess while we're talking about how we got into this industry, Levi, would you mind telling us a little bit about your backstory?
Yeah, I'm Levi Unima, sitting in ROV pilot. My high school science teacher got me into this.
What? Go science teachers.
Yeah. So he was on the board of a nonprofit that does ocean exploration, and copy, go in there. And yeah, I electrical engineering background turned ocean ROV.
Awesome. Super cool. I love that your science teacher got you involved. I'm hoping to inspire my students to get involved in exploration and maybe come join the Nautilus team one day as well.
We're giving shout outs. I also want to shout out my high school science teachers because they were awesome.
That was Leela shouting out to her high school science teachers. Yeah, I think if anyone interested in getting aboard Nautilus and doing any type of this ocean exploration, there's so many different roles that we have on board. We just spoke with, our ROV pilots. I myself am a high school science teacher. We have videographers and photographers, different engineers, all sorts of amazing ways that you can get involved in ocean exploration. I think just go for it,
There's a couple of zoantharian.
What is this?
So it's a sponge stock with there's a couple of zoantharian polyps on the top.
Thank you.
But it's largely dead. But you can see how the structure is important for other things.
You said it was
post sponge.
Yeah, nice little habitat.
So yeah, I'll write it in the sea log.
Rescuing me from having to figure out how to spell
zoantharians are.
Thank you.
Actually, can you zoom back in here on the lasers?
I'm right there with you, Leela. All these new words. I'm like, I gotta see it written.
Here, I'll touch you up. Want me to tilt up?
Let's see right here.
Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm. That's full zoom? Yeah. That's really small, so I can't even tell what it is from here, but I think that's okay. Okay. Might be a very young coral or maybe a sponge of some type. But too small.
Yeah. We'll let that friend grow to get big and strong.
But we're definitely starting to see more diversity, which was my suspicion. As we get higher up towards the top of this ridge and towards the top of the seamount, not only is the food becoming more enriched for animals in the bottom, but also the currents will be faster because as currents run over the mountain, they typically accelerate, which gives better flow conditions for things that are dependent on feeding on particulate matter.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of nav, where are we at waypoint wise? Lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, you're at the end of linear tether.
So yeah, kind of speaking of our backgrounds, our videographer on board right now on watch is Dan. Dan, would you mind telling us a little bit about how you got into this industry?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually didn't get into this till halfway through a psychology degree, which is what my degree is in.
Nice.
Nice.
And then I had a mentor that encouraged me more towards engineering, and then I picked up in broadcasting and just loved it, and then worked my way up to engineer, and then from freelance to here ended up on this amazing ship, and I'm loving every bit of it.
Yeah, so great. Love having you. I think that's so great that, you know, your path wasn't just like a complete straight line, and I think it's important.
Nowhere close.
Yeah, it's important to realize that, you know, you don't have to follow this linear path. You don't have to know what you want to do in high school or college or even later in life. I myself did not follow a linear path to get aboard EV Nautilus, even to becoming a teacher. So I think it's important to just follow your passion, and when you find something you love, go for it.
Yeah, you'll never know what you'll find.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm even from Arkansas, a landlocked state. Never would have imagined I'd be out here as an ocean explorer, but just goes to show you never know what life will bring.
You gotta be on SBL if you want your jokes to land. Yeah.
There's jokes?
Yeah, Levi's making jokes, but he's not on SBL, so.
Levi, share.
Depriving the rest of us of your jokes.
No, you guys aren't on the air usually. Yeah.
We can make space for some good jokes.
Conversation. Ooh, something over there under the rock. What do you think that is?
Enechino ano tagar pa chonchimatan kajangan enechino sa shaninare ang pagkajangan pojak nganien. Cemerong ke kacito ko ba olive jurisdiction ko. Panain ron lote wal ka. Din cemerong pa table chuan narong ano ailang level I look our nge ramerong ale perlo table yan. Pai kai na pai wan chong ami ot pebe and the time group together aji tan spread out lo table kai pa exercise na rang kai jatan net cover ya tan yek ko ba kali kar nge yek kanai ejun karak yung parai no and it parlang parchon mapping exercise pa chakanan chala pa walip jurisdiction run ipendron so ano run ipendron nge elang lang lakajan chuan aramit chuju main ron ipendron lo chuan yan table kai same thing ipen all even ilang kai chat pa chuan chimatan ene jiya kayang chinogia ko para presente ini. Kaya yang meron ka lali, one time, ay lang tayo na jakujen sa sini narang. Eber medyo aurlo table yan, chilu, kia kwajalen lep namo ijo, chichino, chalo yung ligyep ijo, chalo yung, ligyep, chalo yung wache ligyep. Okay, jago ligyep ijo. Chalo yung wache, kia table yan siyan, ay lang takom. Lai ujaya woto. Pura reo lang iya jago. Okay. Kemarin kayo kan tangan cai tianum kalau ilang ko rajago kecil join participant. Merong riangwar ngajab LRC kemarin kayo tangan session ini. Kung chungul join wa tayo ng perlo session ini, kecil kantok LRC ngajab riangwar yo merepelo rumen rontongan cai tian. Ngajab boleh bero. Ilo arang katare carro cat matare yang jen rumen join. Nganciri kemelele exercising yang anai majan wit ngancuan ailang cuan kabin raster nai. Eber pijan oleh ben yukome cetian yakkan me cejilolo majalin. Yung cetian yakkan majan me angkaman poster kecil. Ime majan lengotok feedback kay emerong karpore atau ko mengar legut lo poster kay. Yung cit ka workshop ciri ringin areng ya jangan kacang pagamelele etan iya kena ilo ailing ya mam. So cemerong ke berkatar pulin lalim minit yung kataran cetan cungul jilu para ilang rai kujen tokai representative ngan session ini areng. Agilo terus ini orang kayak kacil tu kecil exercising kejangatan marah-marah kia. Mana kan? Aku yang itu cabar katar lalu minat tu percaya ini tu cara cat materi. Ngan pada ini teko ini out dia teko ko namu pada ini Namanya, emarong Cino jo, emarong Cino ini teh boleh so, foto, ano, Cino lang ano, okay, emarong Cino ini teh boleh, so teh boleh kia, ano, jabat, rongalap, namarik, kia teh boleh, jalur Wache. Kita boleh siang, eber hujan lai mile. So chulu atau ilang lo tayo pun mai. Amen. Hujan lai wato mile. Okay. Hujan lai wato mile cia. Ano tayo jago atau tan? Elang tayo lang jago kay. Elang tayo na par jago. Okay, lar quickly go over ratan. Ego jen ngan cuan ailang cuan group. Ani juga cuan worksheet pemi. Jojum ne jelikut atan ailang yo. Kau represent ko ba ipen atan ro participate lo workshop in lo session in. So nge cuan wat ko jen ailang yo ko atam wat agamelang lang lakajen cuan atan ala bro me. Pello group na yan. Cakap itu kan? Nggak. Karena not part mata not part join and out, so I think he just join. Yang merong roy jangan. Jadi mo ka ala bailang alang air cabin natan worksheetin mata not join so mata not join ay lang change lang to. Tua, macam lah ini mata not join no tailang. We're missing join. Okay, ran ka po ba? So join ay lang aja po yan. Ingay. Good question. Can you quickly go around and double tap on the morning? Mata not join. Kata kita na lang par extra dyan na right? Oh, error. Ucap matan cuan, matan not jatuh yang naik. Okay. Rally tu kan? So, eja ko rally tu. No tahun natan, kami no tahun ailang tako, macam no tu kan cala kare yang information kami. Meron kemana cuan dia. Karena kaya tanya nekar men QR code ko.
And then after her,
Okay. So session ini no tar karpa cetan karpa penato kan ende tam keratan iya kan lo jurisdiction kan ini. So chene mo ta go to the first slide. E lo rewat ko find worksheet kan ai. Yung mereka kecitakan talangan next slide. Kemudian so no tar karpa Cicalo rewat meninum kia kacita ko in pulen cicama da discussion parchire ya kan kain kajuan atan ya ke lo yen ciga mum cemarong ka kacita ami atan volunteer mo ta kwalo kailengayo mailengayo rekere ke ta no titama ko alebem chala ye ta ya kajanga warm up kan ye ka me alebem chala ya ta ye rumo kata Kumol chalot, wan malawat. Oh, kumol wache, wan malawat. Ejimwe, okay, kumol. Ael, yung kia, elang kaya par, eto ko, etani kilo aelang ko chat ijalakin ael. Olive right pa ael. Yes, no. Maybe. Okay. Agi kan kengarwo. Milk. Kumol elang ka par ailang yo kata kata yang rate par keri. Ail mecho. Okay, so wache raja pa mok. Everyone raja pa ail mech. Chojung par chigi boy kamengan ni par kolake. Worksheet kanai pe janganan chala pe inge walok ke eu kata ni kai lo ailong ko kachoyo same fish different name kana your fish is also my fish ak pa ji ka king kajilu al karga ye kayang aman lip Alek. Apa jai leng kacat? Kalau para prosial ni, kata ni ya kejadian. Oleh par keri ke alek kayak cuma apa je roilo cakana elek. Ande tami keri atani ya ke kengkajilu. Alek. Ilolip. Yung par kacito ailang kocat kumi par atawe kumi par keri kayak cuma ya kayak. May what kotan ba? Redfish. Ako pulin kumiyang par umagayo to may par paret. Kaino eto yung mayan tokuman lip rolak yagay peripir yung rolak keri kay alek. Kaya pa yagay keng kaemen. Langka palantir. Jala to kayo kun nenay yagay. Can I switch? Orang kay palantir ngan pato kata ni kay lo cakan cigimi aman. Elip. Redep. Redep. Ay lang tarit kriya kay redep. Mejit. Cuma per. Redep. Alang kayo kotak. Ana lucia. So kar uwa kau jen luk mana yang kia kar uwa kau jen mejit redep ni okay redep aman uja namo Rojen aren yang enin rojen aren enin loch komol temerong kay menawen pero tan may kay loji pe etcha po manarong so ngay chiluet so far karchone manal chone lojin arin enin yung kia ribet. Min. Wace calo jere ba mi. Kacu men atani ke. Aman. Min. Oh, loje naren min ak loje naren enin. Oh. Jadi nanti. Okay, mana pecahnya lagi ya kaya ngana kacu kaya lale metan. Katanya parlang paraya. Aku ya kaya kengkang lale.
Ia kena pal alim kia, kata ni ia kena ilang yang pa.
Cina jebar kacitok palan terong, cina jebar kacitok karena kaya warga matari yang jebar pobakanut, kumi marung ke kali karotok etan ini kotok ajen, yung etan ini kaya cikan nana kaya, so colo prima karang. Ayo look, cumarong ke kacitok, hamlet join ini jo, warga cik kamu ketiak. Man kakemi join ilang join worksheet, so cina jai kuit an olive row merat toko cina join ilang kumini pendron, pa kumiruan cumar kanek worksheet di pendron. Aka warga palantir ngan share atan ye ke lo ailang enam ye ke nampang lalim. Aman jangan taruh tu cirik mai ke wat. Kemarin ke ini juga kali karo to ailang yo kot to jen hinnem kia atan ye kanai.
Ai to jen ailang awak. Atan tadi lat. Atan ye kanai mecapai.
Mecapai.
Yako kajanga yo wan malo kumut wan malo ko medan cegi atan ikan ilo beba kan yami ako kaya wan malo ko melale atan ikka ucite kajanga ban etale olibir koi chalok yana polen jinjuan slide kajanga bok chuan agro mana rang share melale gini pendron kemudian slide e me namba chijino organ emanonen share etani un malo wace ba autak lo yek namba chijino organ bara eten yuko takala kajen autak ilo ikan namba cicino. Autakot. Aga ikan ilo namba radum jon. Orang mana nain volunteer kan lihat tu kata lo cina ini kami kuat tu je. Lihat tu cuci mana tu kayak ini tahu kap kejar bal mai kena boy nama nara yang share kan.
Mana ayah ngalor pegiru.
Lo ayah ngalor bala pegiru. Kumol dah ayah ngalor. Ebar ka orang jen hijau kujet. Ane ke? Nambar radum jon. Ngai calak par ya telo ikan nambar radum jon. Kaya ini dongan slide ini tu jon. Jadi kon malah kau tu kani beba aku ngak menyamal aja ni kaya. Kon malah kau tu kani. Agak jam orang lain nampak jongul jilu. Ikan ini meja orang. Lenggai mana nain volunteerin kualok. Eta ni ikan ni kapain. Kon malah. Lo wajar aja wah eta ni ikan panich. Ya barca or eta ni ikan lo ailenggo jet. Panich mana kan? Tujuh kaya apa? Mai kena apa?
Jadar.
Ailang tahu?
Ujai.
Ujai. Lo ujai na ta nikin namba chongol jilu jadar. Ak namba chongol juan? Orang ejala kacin igilo namba jongul juan. Mike. Jom. Mol, lak, lala iglo apa rata ko iba lo. Wacek lo, rocer laker ege lo nampak jongul juan lo, agak perjuangan uang aja jo. Jalan kau tak, kalau bar lo, mal.
Man, nenot te loria lu kau coba, melai.
Tani kijen, kaja ilalik nampak jongul juan. Melek cina iluk kabocer juga lo. Ikan lo nampak jongor rali tak. Jadi kan jalan yang ini nampak jongor rali tak. Jono.
Ignai. Air ngolok.
Lo air ngolok orang yang ada ni gin. Ignai. Elengke ada yang kota kajen. Lo air lenggo je. Orang orang yang ignai ke? Orang ignai. Okay, nombor rongul. Ignai lalda keren. Nampak rongul,
ai lang lalak igabe
Kumol ay lang lalak ya try na yata ni gini igabe kadang kaya nagli igi jabuin kap ilang kaya tan lo ay lang ko kumujito ko yan Cuno.
Ilo namo ilakarwaj turag eganay pagatok reba paridin lo kayu paridin lo malo
gimana
paridin lo kayu
Kumol tama karbar jono wa kayin juo luga piola ana piola tan
Mili, kandal.
ilo mile reba tan ige candle ilang ke bara tan igin man lang tan igin Sekarang aja cuma malu. Next slide. Nampak rongul juan? Nai jalan kajian ingin nampak rongul juan? Leng tada, juan?
wajai wa mole
Mole, wacce jawa yata ni ke mole. Cuman apa?
Mejeru, eluk.
Eluk. Chalo ye jawa muramur. Kalau murah-murah nak kajian lagi cuma ke arah lama lagi. Dan median meja lipi jinjin kelin ke? Right. Angai yang nombor rongul jiru. Ege lo nambar rongul jiru yolak. Orang mana mana palan diaran ko alo katan ege injen ailengan. Unmal.
Ketaro. Ai luk ke jawa
Cualurong jen ailuk.
Pemem ai nang lalak cawi
Jen ailang lalak. Rongul ingat Barga war yang yo katakan payatan egin nambar rongul jilu jelagun cuali rongkap cawi next slide cuy. Lale nambar rongul jiji nomok agai parole mungan slide itu agai memang nambar rongul jiji nomok egian lo nambar rongul jidu jeb cawe menen yo kota kaya rupaya tan
mana ada ngalap lep coemi
coemi yo ege okay kajimo ilo ya to ko kar tarwal ko modal coemi ngemi meuji kiyo egen me brownen cawe
Enot yo katakan manolak payatan ikene citra jebat tolak para citra jebatan juta kali oleh
kau kadang kan mau je ke
23
ngai
ilangai manolak bilu table kan rongol jilu etan ami payatan ikene nambar rongol jilu
Juan, eno da coba endrene, jika entar laku varian, lebih cincin keren yang berara, lebih cincin enan ke klimat, orang ke yang iya lang, melo rongol rali tu.
Coba next slide mu. Ego ko jiba tolok mureu ilo rongol jibion. Ini mereka? Jone baru waga jenjo. Paikan yo wakan ya miuj me karta ya tan cicci merong kalau mai kena aku ini wal wakan ya miuj lo teba kan aku komol kan wakan ini lahir wal nggak ay digi coni ane ku me bayar kabe kujong kagilen yagin pai red ku kota kalaran me naka brown ni iji jiri jen bar meuji cono pamali red itu ko jene roy brother
colok peraka rongol jilu ganelo rongol jilu yawar ro kain cawi lo namu ela walak jailo pibaga yalo agla walak jena waran ag yaloen lo namu cawi arriba lero jin cawi kojab garak cawe naglimet cawe koj karak meta negana ilo namore va lero jin cawe
chalo par palle dum
Lerojin Jawi.
Lerojin Jawi. Molada namo. Per jone gua ka jinjo.
Ichala gua ka kujala winan pin kena ke rally ka beratak. Aku mau kerja ni orang kau pujian kan ni biar kan jika ini jadi tu kerja ni.
Ait ko ilam kan ne pe ba ne ko kan ne jen etan lo ijo me ko jito ko jene. Muni na ren kamane activity in bo jen lale meu ko ta kan etan ne kan lo rally kapara no de lo rara.
Cina lale karangan etan ailing na me parci etan ilo cinu ta ta in pe ba na.
Ijit bebagan ni rere lokareng kani kata kerja cerbalior. Okay. Perlu cungul bini dengan areng war kareri galok medan ni kani lo bebagan. Cemelong lokun kani ijane me ikwalok kali karang ikin karak menai lo ailang. Tuyum ne jaga jeo tungai ikin karak kiceno dekana. Ekoi, per coto kamu cuani aku pakai yang ini baru kalau malu aja nak kayak kamu, ya tan, nomor rongol lalim, cuani wajah coba jatuh, nomor rongol lalim, 25, lebar ke or ada yang aku tak kerjain lagu catu, cuy.
Pemina ilang alap jat.
Jat. Cina ilang alap. Cuman. Rewa dah? No. Nama tu rewa no. Religi rewa burau. Next slide, dude. Rima anda kemungan pajalale mak nampak cirungul, jauh ngai orang tanya gini nampak cirungul, yellow and me ada lining blue, meuch. Panik.
Wajah juga pening.
Wajah ingin pening. Cunu.
Ailang lalu lebih baca takar.
Cetak. Perlu mengan nampak jauh jadi. Perita kumangan nampak jongol jiru, meyukewe cara pereno tu apa penejem cetar ke? Iya lo wajar aja bayi ike ya tan. Nampak jongol jiru, nampak catur, cuane atin nampak ngani ike, nampak jongol jiru catur. Elang kaya tanya ke, peneje huye ke catar huye, nampak ke apa catur. Saya warolangan nambah jirul. Iya nambah jirul. Korba pane juga. Cetar. Ken ailang balak. Ailang ke no kota kalakan. Naya tani ke. Nambah jirul. Pane. Kono iba pane. Aur. Oh, chalo bur. Lorot bewa kan. Chalo bur eber paling eber lo bewa na aga nambah jirul na kaya jalan itu pijai man. Oke, ngay ma det. Choni yo warik nambah jirul lemen. Perilo pamlegan kurom kain kain. Elang kaya tani lagi nambah jirul lemen. Lo ailongku. Ike Jonia ni gome rar bello pen ye gome e ben ngan wiaga ye gome ar bello screen kruy pamlegan kru e wanci jagi ye gi kajai kalim jagi nga ilang ri kri ye gi nimba grich Elangga waradu jelagun create.
Jalawe grodari namu.
Jadi bajar ke jinubo common fogo jilami ya kan kanni beba kan coyum karere lok charbal golo beba kan cemelo lagun maga kanni me egin karere lo ailenga ko jito ko jene komo lagun wako kumar lidu Ikijen kalau mana me sigotera me kuni magai ngeyegin karek ini jitok ilo activity na rang cuan ini jitok map ko ba kajangan magi ya ke ini me kajangan lo yegin karek kain ilo ay lang
Awain kia kaya jurro cimakan, im cenit katala kia nami mari mapakana im par exercise shi takana, kanyatan yuk, im cenit jatan, lin pajarakino ni chilu awa pa yene one ni chino kia presentation on transportation ni kitchen kagiane na irangan small crab regulation yan. So barcuanalin ciberlo road cimatan 238 so chlu awa kajangan it pajarakum kalau kalben menakanayam kabajian dengan antok tati mewan transportation. Ano para kache yung kamelala exercising. Ngayon mo jami fill out the form and metan yakan kumini jakar check mark ngay yakan kare kamenyang. So menu jakar kache to ke pakumin kale kartok lokai jena kaya me yakan kare kare reberi. Wan chongok jemai ba kar pa yak number 23. Me lokai jena me kumi jangwar jencho mi jo kumi circle pampa nampa cuan o yakan kare. Kumi ni letok circle area yan him letok nampayo me yakan kare. Ay tanu pa yakan kare kaya. Ang lupi pa ka na yami. Ito ko. Your concessional and insured transportation, similarly, international terjun di bawah wajib dan boleh digunakan kemudian ini menggunakan jalur potongan tadi yang boleh. Actually, potongan ada sesuai dengan jadi toilet train tujuh Indonesia yang Penang manikian oleh nejelo presentation yang CNC. Yung nga introduction wat, and it took chonian rojen Maritime Safety Division yung ngan kamanenit presentation yung chanijuan malakotum katalakan net introduce ye makayum kamanenit presentation yung kajuan.
Yawe olip motada kamole lanich Paleo John Yawe lo elegant relevant writing. At I am broad, Najitojan Minister and Potajan, Najano John Maritime Safety Inspector. Ngan wako waring lo lawan malun majalin. Yemen other John Trevor Post State Control, Ovija, ngan wako an Aramijoro Matarang Rajitojan digin majalin. Rainin kami jidok ngan alam uday program ko wado ini ngan bodo kagi ini nikitin wajib small gravel ini imara ejaglo 2021 imengin kaji lore ngan areng kajabarok pabara janan walok Choren go to Maloginari. Enge Loan Kageni or Chimijon, Padalo Loan Kageni, Kajani Chinojan introduction, Kajani Wanamala engine. Small gravel regulation is the Title 47. Woman Jabadara Mijon. Rarajagim approved by the cabinet November Romul Chimijon. 2021. Jollover. Im Kagiani is applying an order Wago. Yamurone, Im Rigalagan Yamurone. Lon Jirico. John update on ngan kajeng ngan mero areng ti jabar itu dakan training itu dakan par kami jadi kagiani ngan oleh island ko kajuju kami jabar company cara balik ko kijen register wa ko wan kien Elang chilu page gium. Elang island ko me roj perodolo page on je warra perodolo je pola ko training e. Island ko me jar pelo page ro. Island ko me me jar me jar page muyu ya. Roj po jangan air sign. Imlo fe jilu island ko me mujar sayini muraj kajarabal kienin pagair rajabar pagair cara manjane register war regale di kagienin ijoge jalak kame je pobok revenue e jitongan jon island ngai ko ni poge muyu kajarabale ole men rani yojum perikam lo island ko kochara balangan lo padro e kali karje ge errogan nge chonele ngeni poge muyuin eni jerrogan ge eni register wang file eni marom kaman laijen ngan skipper ro ini marom kaman lagi dengan parwago ini channel kalau lagi ni ini jadi alaga call sign loro jaga kalau yang register gum ini ya tahu chain ini dengan island gum lagi lo number ro kayak apa John wine register honor ya itu nekan ni John form TNC ini jabar cibang cabaro island gum ini jadi aku coba jen Cimangir kitchen, form menengain, form kalai, form register, kamera per cimangal over waya ini certificate, do kagi ini ni apa? Lagi jenengan wagor ini rejatan, rej merum pelado dalam cilu iya, you know, the wago waring lo any. Wagin re chilu ye, wago lo waring lo loyo re. Fell to the land chilu ye, but I'm wrong for kakel. Lo pa chilu. A calicarji low line, Yelun Aurak, and safety work. Kajan la Kanya wago waring, Kajan lor. Water line go. Kanya Karangan Jongan, Capacity and Wio. Amy Tulalantok, engineering. Many Kanonogan pumping system and wow. Chabro, the way we know in Macorum, Kajarabalang and either Reninoyan, Gayor, Erosion Kaini. I would Menoji Lali again and no John regulator, Jalak, the home Lali Waga, Chabalale, pumping system again, radio equipment, our a chip radio, the Galang Talabon, Chigor, Chagi more than an Charak. Safety equipment, Kayani Walla Tavodum Loy, John Table, and Mikavoje. You can change safety equipment, you call it over Kagin, our Menagin and Pello Wagong and Chabrodi and Charak. Chuch. Engin, a call John Wang in Jalak, low. Chenchuan Island and about Chuan Island, me book, Chungoro Army. I will lore Kagini, Ebelo Karakuri D. Kajani Tokum Lala Togarin. Other all of Wago, Romo name Radical. A Karangan Kini, Munaring, Kaji Lore, Rally to go Army, Rani Peri. In all of Karakuri again, a Kalikar row. Chuan captain, Chuan Antiala, and safe man in. Have we got John Armajor, Bogaron, Chuan Wine, Luyan and Chajar. We captain of Marian, in Chela Marian. Table Cananaga. Carburity, Ganawago Mary Root. You want to walk over Pero the Land Island. In Menedo June, you walk over Catano room, obeying and Timai, obeying and I do you man. Okay, table I do the minute, category any Wago marriage. Prajagu, I will long all of you women again, yellow yenar check. Ngan register river and maroon Pagay lighting certificate. Periodic inspection. A Charabalu Yamang, Chijitu Takajan Wang and Wang Lali, Menaga Bangarajan Midi requirement and Kagini, Javara and regulation in no way, Marum Japet, a General again, I ever come money. And you know, though, any medium, General certificate. Kain inspection of the what you and Island and Jalang and local government and Bao, Kumiang it, Bogaron, what you Kia Ramarum, Langar Maroon, Walden, Chabrodian, Nan Kamani Charabalin. Charabalin Atalin. Chiman for 4 minutes, 4 more come Loring and Talangi Wagin check. Nay, no tabang any Ujimuing and Island Guaring. Kajamron for Chibangaron and Foamy, Jamron for Leo Jonamian, Kakarangan. Ni Otani Japan Island go. Kakarajan local government island. I go Fumu in Gamay Lora, to whom chair at an wagon. Jabaro Menogolo Wagan River, Tajarabalan Wayan, type Im Kakarangan, Jongan certificate in Jalangan. Tayan wine, Watayan, category Tayan wine every. Many Johnny Jan schedule, a you can call it Jabaro the end. We Yaro and Yellow Juno, I jib told him Manangan Jajaragar, Emarum, Kabayaraga. Along a wood Yero in an island, and John Loco government. Low Padalim, a Carlo, a chip Jabaro Army, I would a Charagar. Teverum Kadanir, Agilo and Kagin in Paiva. I would you are like, I would you are Chuan and skipper legend. You may would in Chungo Rally the Guillaume Lingala. I have marginally Tamaka for Kadan Road, Chaladan Wago Warren, Kajamurum Langaran Legend, Kadan Road. I put in Juno any book Juna Legend, I would Jungo Rally the Guillaume Lingala. Low training, in test, Ilam Kamanam Legend, Kamala Kaman did Yelling requirement, Regibidogum, Yelling Parapa training, in make a Bordo and Jiggin and Jiggin, Pogoto Pogoda training and maritime safety. Javaron Meno, Jamarum Lalaga, Queen or I certificate, Ramarum Tom, Ataja to Gupen, obligation and air common legend. In Manning, save Manning, Roar Mijlo John Wang, Kalon Jiring Mega Waring, young old road name Laudak. Roar Armit, John Captain, John Angela, Queen Marum, Sirabijawam, and Mananam. Jenin Marum Katalangan, uncommon one, try it up. Ye balo pad sijino e chabaro skipper ye tin charak e jay kuch kachala eno din meno baraur ilo kachala e jangan kabiru guru kalak charabalin kapyuk yalang eni ilang iringum wala pokona jana ni wala jarada poine chalak Matan Mirago Jido King, Kagini, Carlo, and Unit White and Charak. I would in 9 o'clock. Pijo and Loani, Queen Marum. Can 9 o'clock Yao Major Talangani, I took Yalan while. Emo Jokovic, Ivar Kaligarge, Emo Jokovic. Torojab Yarum Kini and any Adal finding any Chebalabalagan Chibugitala. Imani Wallok, Luyan Charada, Choren, Geneva communication, they can out we Captain Olo while, owner and while, run our report and no thing. Let us report. Ngano video talagier ngan pigon mejalan sobo problem to kali ke waranin karak echeb melim ngane kata kiyon wagom rak ilo yanam chewewe ngai ko abrit ekal karje ke emo Eman John correct imeter. Ngerajab lore ini jadal perpoint iche bala bala jen chibugi. In requirements ngan chuanwa alang ini you certificate on ini jawro ko boy benagin ren perodolo yon wago lo yenoko yen inspection en biro cara balik bendo kama ketingin cara. Orang lo je kena dengan ngejun ngeni yuj emu yuin ngan ailengo. Ewa boy roro ni jida ngel boran pek cara balik ini erro me kaje kena nagagi. Ani lale wagan registry kamana lain cara balik kajorum erron cara balik yakuba imece pavarajan no again kamal lain pag revenue yung anay lang kedarama na ilang wala. Yang ini kabin yang muyo kerja ikan na nakakay ngancuan na ilang yang ngan mero areng loko kabaro meneo si jubar kakay may medyo ilungo dia dengan nama yang baru ujung jibang ilung ko joge kami kacita karya jarang aila loko kabar mana ko rakala ko to nggak to ini jamuan dengan nama yang ujung karya bakal ko melalain kaki ini training ko rakarangan ilung ko Como da? Ilang kacidak
Kamolot lani jilo el glora leban rainin kamolol kan jon pijente jeno emman ran kal karge ngaji to jan jonya na ilang kailo tuyang majali ilang nailuk amata kinan lojo dilo nan klem kau to ingan podian kau to je chalo kachita ke ailu he jonya na ilang go me Yalap kejarabal ejarar giloan, orang jaga prison tu jeno yalaman emman, angan jeno alaman balagin charbal ero jono mejparano kobalo giban local government lawawen lulu jagi alaman balagin charbal lo aro jipen ron ngan kamar boy Always when Jarbal gain run, Puggirum one malakot. A Bugiani Namani lower than Bero, Kiano an island, Eurojum Blero, Comodilo, Chugum Bero, all government of Tata. Am Logilo Nan Kachidagin, Kimpojak, Pugio Konam and Lulu Jagi Olivan, Pelagin Jarbal. Ah, Pelen Pubot Quay, you know, Bojak. Cebojak in Jarbali Pendo, Moldava.
Kumul.
Belen kumul. Cuman kacita kamanak. Karena kali karege obijinar picture beauty chat form agak ngan kalau ngat ailengo ni dojanganan iwet kumi so form ini ka kawalok ian taya na doja ailengo na boy timen jubara what so form na very bad ilo bijare nglo aye bijan mer tamagra ligdi lo
lawan pokanareng im jadi ana ilang kana yang menjergar cubidok menjergar perspanangan fomi iri lagair cino prazizi dan terebagainan dua orang dengan air kamane training kana ilo ilang ini baik kali karo dengan merom kejar warung taruh mod
ko balok pen nanen kilem kawde ko man jonot kajito ilo MOU na chetena emajan kon pen outer island tane plan one malok pen lele olep na iwa chona ga enot ro kajito ko mol
man kumon ayah tapi jangan ilo terin eno dan luar agar kemana lagi mana or Facebook aja yang floringan kemana privacy so or ilo terin major role ko kami mana jangan kemana pada elik tada akan menjadi sign MOU yang ana rajino implement lagi organisasi air ko jalen menjadi rapor Cino kali menjaga, eber MOU organisasi air repair, cara balik repair, make sure kan melengkapi kagian hari, yang para ino tu wajib, menjadi rapor Cino, yang tamak jalur jim capat, ne ilo alengin mal, menjadi Cino par, cakap beri mepon. Ngewa kajito. Ewar ro paden ne pro present jena luar tongan giya lukundia dan safety at sea. Me training karatin share yang ane local government ko kajoy. So ngai marong ene wala kajito jene.
Ya galip. Eno lang tarik-tarik pa ro mayan presentation ni mo ta jana malu kumpa. Kamono nani kan tuan rana man kanin tadi jana ba. Timen marong bereduk jinna awai. Ko balo ben rorar kono no lag mana kan kajibar hodin. Aga mayan ne ken karo eno dan pai kan safety Bukod aja na niwod MOU yangan kajojo neighboring island ko ejiwat safety bukod ta. Yung ito safety ilang even kantin ako safety equipment survival equipment communication and prevention. Ilo ka jojo wa ay ko lang kain jara wala kay ni ben en kali karga wayo ko jara ke ebe jangan celamay chabreo wayo ko me ani jiring ma jangan ko kap ro yon lo ne wa man korone mo Jadian kain safety minanga meron with pere ilang medical kit rani kain ilong labaren kanna kan rescue kit kana me recibido kung registering par diwaji baran doja kare dengan kajar bali oleh minanga ini raiwi jelang lo cuan wa Iloan better law you know me reading ilang chat technique agar ekaran ro me relunti jamalok rek ledo nelele ke dengan ke pajin ka dengan ke im tilma wi wajangan ro me telokir Kaya ilang kilinar cibang ron ngaji EPB lojot ngan paparan labalagan malu piom akada rebiji wot kejebajan menan berum kataran gitu rescue tabar tukit ngay quê chuan ngay lo selai đấy ngay quê Mariam quê eno kan walau lo pijaya ngay ele ngay jong rom cilu jadi bendon wen jen rebit mena ni bendon eno mena ele en bunni de jalayan ya tuan dari logi jogo me romolongan ngay dan lugun e calagar maro chuanin kain para equipment komarong kajar bale ngan elengkain jago komarong naga ejam mujala ngai ejore ninjinam angai ala bedet we pokade bu gyo we ala injep tilep angai yewot komarong par pobo numam tena ka me ala ban aur pen ilo are amma gitu gitu rojat yonten e gu ngende mena ibu injep naru Junior, lo selai de prevention, why overakan army jangan, tamak captain ni jalai over why kan army jangan, ecap panen kayak, kadang kadang army cik kayak ni talim overload why wam jen jong ropa jen ja, amai royan kan kaya dal, beribdam eno John captain, safety beribdam. Paparai apa yang bilang jaga rata kan ya, cuci mulai cara balik ini, air cuma cara balik ini. Rana kan, apa yang lengon lo malu nada jadi lawyer, itu tangam kagana life jacket. Ini cuma orang malu ini, ekali karangan kejawab kayak jadi ibu jiben rono cara balik ini pengen sekolah kan, iring kau ni cicip jalan kaki, rojo deh jalan kaki. Im kami lu kajian, ilo kaki ini matan kaki ini me yawar kanono lakuman kanono kaki matan ni jarakan me air kanono kaki kaiskan kami lu kajian. Orang lang am life check itu malu kain lan wan wan mangai calo ngam minin communication ke eban page wan wan so ibu lang am communication jangan orang nggak wan wan makai parah tu ilang am cara keruk kau ibu kerja lagi stage ni kau jam bangkit ni ngania ya kau jatan ngani cerita ya wan kau tabal lagi jang ngat kau jarol nganuat melele Pengen talim itu orang pello ke janaga icin lang melele ini cara rotal lo ke rangan company cara balu waral balo munna na oro pengen war kami juga ini lo wagin war information ini wa maga lo selai de ke jwa wan ro ko kasalai ger kan jono ko jana re icin tabalok we ne no ro areng nenyo polis ro areng tadoro pamane ko kejo bejin ipendron tu ko menyangan kanta kon imon jin na bawo ke oli bin je lelok selai din dengan pro ji tadarelo awdarelan pecet cigni ke ecce bawle bim jalagan kanta information ke lang ireng lo norum agency ko antien jadi penlonum cibang lo lang ireng Bertunia selain itu kalau kena self prevention quay cái chale mi chalo dong katu lo jet mo ta jana em magat man eno da ballo chalai dai ilo chalai dia ke palen kalau cita channel ke cibilukun alikar aku palen alikar ilo chalai dia ke royal wai muni nare anggar kacita ke bawah wagor emang gitu gitu orang tenaran unogi nana wago wayar kan percuan kalar me ilun biroro wayar ni lokoi di jen John ten nake imilang karena pro wailo ije cuan me kalar me talak elakatal siwante me kayak me jatuh kacung dong lokoi di elak ni ujung rabal logi orang tenaga rajabeloi jen wayo me ilun alikal kalar koi guna nagar lang kacita ke bawah waru mereka jajar lo malu citi kenar lo lawan ailing kain kon imro jalak kon kuno hoki lawan lawan ko wayar kan kalar warna ini wajah lo dulu pijai gunaan ki jangan dalam parlang corang ni dalam jajalai ke iru jaga jenong dalam orang kan ni, mat, yum, koyo me, me kiji ikut ikut me cara kerak, jauh ceki ya, eder ke dan tu lagi ni pem mau kata janam, emang kata koy mau kata janam walau cuan orang ke ejep cino jen, mata nature agak kit koy tidak lagi enana kanar kejoli ni tidak banyak ni zaman nak orang ni jangan expected komang dah kacit
Chala berbar, kele aku miu chala. Ini elak presentation aku, ngelang kacita cabrot TV ini mana noin, wak jangan ada yang barang, ngelang kacita. Ini yo presentation itu cuma lagi mantan presentation aku jadi cuci dengan antara lain, neighboring islands gua ada yang cara wali penam, local government community go kacu ilo island gua ada.
Mereka mul par, jangan alin klaim kau deh jauh lep. Jalak kaji tu ke safety is paramount. Safety man tada, ilo aroj, itu tak, lo wagain wago aroj megata size eruk ke gelap kata. Pelen one man lock ken orang carbalin ngewar namba yula aroj boy ime karbajan konono kage situation kain mengain me rawalok ka ke chilet kujo jalap unfortunate aga ever juan lesson bajan pagjani im alvin menko gane one man taklo presentation na kanage prevention e jaman lo jan reaction Pelen ilujum jakalaj ngewar namba jen majel neighbor island kay kobatok namba jen Pacific kanake ano tuan jangok kiraba sewan lang rebel korum jadi en reja wana ngorko wago jadi reja ngejep takalo enega outer island kaina kan pelen namba ke ne ye aur pojen lalem what lesson can be learned jen all of me pada komol tata ken presentation na nge grab bag kanai safety bag kanai ramarong made ledok ledangan community gain outer island pe matan menako kanai ejibang prevention rather than reaction jalok kajito ke reaction ke lakwane ko ba partner ko arojen and America Australia kaina kanai melapone and few parjonal and safety our human data in mergane kenjar balgane elang ke plan in leto ke letang anol kumol
Yaman kumol ijalomana mene ardoglo kamen aki eno ekajito to plan ako kumol klen director elaban kijong ubi jene obar jarawarana jibang to programming igichen provide the safety equipment surviving kids so ubi jeb jamalak an bigot kelen ya in jamarong balelo extra survival kits ke parainot dan safety equipment ngane yaban jamalakar bigodi menengin bajen marong kabari oleven ailengina armi jerin mere jararo boy kajane ala kalim jage irin yaw kaje marong kajar balilo odara na ido dagam kuba to pen pamale wareng lo the neighboring islands so dan pa safety first ako jicap kanan ben walok just kaboji kech mokota janan kaman coreni ni boy mol siwan terian ala kaya takum den kaman areng rescue cuane an wartala glele kaje bar cola ke ana areng kapuk ar krain mer pelak aga mene manin dukodot klenar kaboj kejoj manot ngan ar merom papraigian walok kain coren rotin so komol klan traktor komol memra alabair chudag legin timinium support agaleto kain jarwal gain me jamaron chibang promoter ilo neighboring islands komol da vậy lên thì lòng cái gì đấy chắc anh ấy à cái video đó là projar barin per cái bên per olben weekend chegi como yang wajah lo unibom puluh yang lamaran ni karena kajian raini orang ngan ngai cuma lah agak como yang ngomong tata kena yang orang jaga memra for giving this opportunity nganar share itu tagain meja kamani ngan roin matar komol tada kan oleh
Komoltada Maritime Safety Division team ya una man presentation ko abi itamak alibem kia par melalui kitchen requirement stages kan ko mi kamane pa alibren chino ella ke regulate jene olep ramelele kan issue go rejwalo ilo am choklore safety at sea chene pek marong lale minute pekia next on the agenda ke and it join video so lale minute break him pe komang chak ka be video em kia komang ne chino kumol Enia, kapito to para kumol. Para
Test 1, 2. Yakoy olip. Ngan rojelo labi ne pat continue tung pat kan pe na to kan cholok bur moda. Yakoy olip patain barap ngajeno jon media affairs au vijalo mimra. Yum matan ciluut minin dengan ngajeno program elo emenawa agi kerkanan pat pek ciri pat konam leo to ciri background kan neja program ini ten pejen pek cikin kia. Lo 2023 yo agar tok chuan wa rajnaya dan Argo im loan wa tok chuan team rajnaya dan National Geographic Pristine Seas im team yo ar tok ngan majalin rajap tok kanan mo agar ar tok kan mimrar invite to gir imrar tok kum kamane agar chuan jara wale lo kar kadana ilengin pigar bogak begin nim rorik im itama ke elang ro luan kruwe ni majalo bijay mo dalak akangan roj matar me rika pat chudo lan mini malu ji pat bijay chuan katan yo ke yeni ni jangan gum kejut kacuju raini je kejo bijayin ngan ko alkan ken pacirik background ngan menin jaram man ko ar ce jaram man ka raini imiliju ene par chuan par pija ka elang ne belene je malang ro matar me rar kamane bijayin ran belen kemelele cirik ka ke aga orang source raj pangan ngam bomba chunia naram jerin lu bijayan iliju ne jwalok chuan matar me jago jen meure menyan anit kri kalena katil de brum yimene bor elu par mela riwaya par pelu bijayan me pacar ballo kar biginni bijayan pek jigin lu biginni rumajal men rin par kam pacar balgi aga without further ado par jonalin jwalaga bor yim bijayan jwalok to jen National Geographic Pristine Seas in collaboration ipen partner ro im ko balo ipen par mimra kumon
square miles, most of it open ocean.
I wouldn't call us a small island country. I'd call us a big ocean country. 85 to 90% ocean, and just the rest of that is land.
The resources are abundant, and managing them is central to the people, the culture, and the economy of the country.
Tuna is one of the major drivers, economic drivers for the Marshall Islands. It makes up half of the global catch for skipjack and yellowfin and bigeye and others. It has to be sustainable. We've been participating in the international organizations such as the Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission. And the outcome of it is that the tuna stock in the region is one of the most sustainable tuna stocks in the global arena. Special tool that we deploy, so we do 100% of that, and we have an observer that does that. See over there, that's a snapshot of where the fisheries is. So you'll see Kiribati zone, hot potato right now. What's coming in, what's in, and what's going out. My name is Glenn Joseph, and I'm the director of the Marshall Islands Marine Resources Authority, otherwise known as MIMRA. MIMRA is the authority vested by the Constitution and by the people and the government to manage, develop the marine resources of the Marshall Islands.
The people of the Marshall Islands, we depend on the ocean. It is our home. It provides a lot of resources for us. And, you know, a healthy ocean would mean a healthy population. It would mean nutritious food for the children of the Marshall Islands. And a healthy ocean would mean, you know, our future generation, that they get to see and experience that.
So the Raymond Look process is a really cool toolkit that our team came up with. And it's a framework for us to use to help our local communities better manage their ecosystem, not only the marine ecosystem, but also land-based ecosystems.
The Raymond Look in Marshallese basically means looking to the future. And so that's exactly what we want to do, to look into the future and see what we, ought to preserve. Pristine Seas is in the Marshall Islands because we invited them.
We are here to support a local conservation vision called Raymond Lock, where local communities and government work together to decide how to manage their marine resources and what areas to protect, so they can continue enjoying them for generations to come.
National Geographic's Pristine Seas is dedicated to the preservation of the world's oceans. In collaboration with local communities and governments, its team of scientists, policy experts, and filmmakers use the latest technology, traveling the globe, collecting data to better understand what the oceans need to thrive.
It depends on the tide. If it's high tide, you can go directly to the beach, but if it's low tide, there's some.
Our expedition is taking us on this large loop into the northern Marshall Islands, into an area that really not many people have been before. First stop is Utrecht, and from there we're moving north a few days sail up to two islands, Bikar and Bokak, and that's the main target of our expedition. From there we start the loop, we head west, and we head to kind of an iconic spot, Bikini Atoll, the site of much nuclear testing by the US government in the 40s and 50s. So we're gonna spend a week or so there sampling, trying to look at what is the legacy of that nuclear testing. So we have everything from fish experts to coral experts to marine algae experts to marine invertebrate experts. And then of course we have our local partners. They know the waters, they've been working here, they understand how things work, and they help us understand where to go, what's important, what we should be looking at.
going to Bigar and Bogak atolls, and before going there, it's customary for us to visit the people that own the islands, show our respect, so that they can bless us on our way there.
It may seem hard to imagine now, but for millennia, people travelled to the other islands by canoe or small boats under sail. Finding your way took incredible skill, and tradition held that without the local chief's blessing, you would become lost in the vastness of the sea.
It's always exciting to meet local communities because they live here. It's their waters. They have stewarded these waters for many generations, and we have a lot to learn from them. But also, it is important for us to pay our respects and get that traditional permission to do research in their waters.
The ocean is only a short walk away. This connection runs deep.
Kajilo yengo hetto eor chitabuar. Elo batui monogar. Marangan perit peram elang ere kaje kamel beram rech kamana bajan. Marang tabar katabaran.
If this was back then, maybe if you believe in superstitions, maybe you won't find the island. But nowadays there's a lot of technologies. We would have found them. Then I wouldn't feel safe if I was going on the trip. If they hadn't given us the permission.
The team travels due north, 71 nautical miles to the first survey site, Bakar Atoll. Bakar is one of the smallest atolls in the country, a near perfect ring of coral, stretching only 8 miles north to south.
Bakar is one of these classic remote uninhabited atolls. You pull up there, you have this vast blue ocean, and then this little atoll that just pops up. It's like an oasis in the middle of nowhere.
When I see Bakar, I'd say that it has all the colors that life has to offer to a healthy environment. It doesn't get better than that.
In Bakar, we have seen something that we'd never seen before. At high tide, the lagoon is full of water, but when the tide falls outside, the sea level is lower than the water in the lagoon. So we have these perched lagoons. And what happens? You have water that is 1 meter above sea level. Water rushes out like a waterfall. like a river.
Dotted with small islands emerging from the reef flats. Lush with native trees, each island a vital part of a larger, intricate ecosystem.
So this is a Pisonia forest called Caña by the Marshallese people. Pisonia is a tree that is able to survive in these conditions of bad soil and everything because it's able to create its own soil that is a mixture of roots, sand, and guano from the birds. There are only left in places that have never been inhabited. Pisonia trees need this kind of habitat that has been built here by millions and millions of years, probably.
Seabirds play a crucial role in nutrient cycling as they forage and bring back food for their young. Their guano fertilizes the ground, giving nourishment to the trees and helps build more topsoil. Nutrients from the forest floor find their way back to the ocean and to the many fishes and corals that depend on them. Bakar, as with other islands in the Ratok chain, offers safe harbour to one of the ocean's greatest ambassadors.
One of the things we're doing here at Bakar is trying to assess how much use this little island gets from the sea turtles in the area. So there's 3 species here: greens, olive ridleys, and hawksbills. So we're doing a couple things. One is looking at how many crawls or tracks there are around, and secondly, trying to get a count of nests.
A study done in 1988 estimated that up to 500 turtles nest here. Today, the team finds just over 170 crawls, a sign that turtles are facing significant threats.
The story of sea turtles is very idyllic and it's really cool and beautiful, but the reality is most of them don't make it. I mean, they're still not super hard-shelled when they come out, they're confused, and they're just epic meals for any predator. First, they have to get through land, which is covered in seabirds, covered in coconut crabs and hermit crabs. If they make it past those to the water, immediately the predatory fish, especially sharks, are around to eat them. They're not good swimmers yet.
Only 1 in 1,000 of these turtles will make it to adulthood. And given a healthy ocean, these odds would still allow the species to thrive. Bakar's pristine shores are needed now more than ever to help these animals survive.
So our first day at Bakar, we don't know what to expect. There hasn't been much research done here. We've got a lot of anticipation. The place is remote. We're hoping to see lots of amazing things, but you never know until you get in the water.
We spent years preparing this expedition. It takes so much preparation. When we get there, finally, you know that very few people have actually seen the underwater world of Bikar. We get on our small boats, jump in the water, and as soon as we look down, oh my God.
Everything is just amazing. The diversity of the coral reefs to the biomass of different species of fish. It's a gem. To be able to go there and experience that, it's a blessing for me.
The team's first task is to establish a baseline of the reef. They sample, measure and survey Bikar's many different species. This takes the pulse of the reef and provides a reference point to track any changes in the future. Invaluable data that will help define the uniqueness of these remote islands. But what really stands out here? The extraordinary number of apex predators, especially sharks.
Anytime you jump in the water and see lots of sharks, giant groupers, big schools of snappers, and healthy reef, it's a special place.
This is one of these rare places where we can still see coral reefs as they used to be. There are very few places like this left on the planet, so it absolutely deserves full protection.
6 days of surveying the car, we head to the most northern atoll in the Marshall Islands, Bokak, nearly 900 nautical miles from the capital of Madro. A much larger island than Bakar, this survey will take extra care and planning.
This is like 14 kilometers, just this one.
Yeah. We've never been to this island nor these two.
So it's probably easier just to start here.
There's this large ribbon reef. This will have a lot of giant clams, a lot of hippopus. We also thought we saw about 5 or 6 bumphead parrotfish.
Right.
So they might be in this general area.
Which aren't reported elsewhere from the Marshall Islands, except for maybe a rare sighting at Bikar.
We have photos from them from Bikar, but these are the only 2 atolls where we know they are persisting.
We have a full 7 days of work here for the dive team. 2 to 3 days on the leeward side, a day on each side of the windward, and then a couple days inside. And so we'll just work with the weather and watch how the wind moves, and the night before we'll decide which target we'll hit.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Game on.
Is that a plan?
That's a plan.
All right. You got a plan.
Bokak rises only a few feet above sea level, but this small difference has a huge impact on the reef that surrounds this 30 square mile lagoon.
Lagoon passes on coral atolls tend to be the most productive area. It's an exchange of water, lots of nutrients, lots of movement, a lot of marine life.
Tide's going out, a bit of a river going on right now. This is real exploration, folks.
The drop-offs below these powerful tidal rivers make an excellent first target for the team.
We're in Bokak Atoll. Gonna knock out our first dive. It's uncharted waters, uncharted area. It's gonna be a lot of life there.
So yeah, we're excited to get in the water and see what this place looks like. We have pretty high expectations.
Expecting a lot of sharks, a lot of nice coral. There's a lot to explore and a lot to find out about this atoll, so really excited.
When you jump down the water, when you're diving in common areas where local people are, like the fish and the shark, they see a human, they just run away. And when you jump in the waters of Bokak, they're up close to see you. They're like, what the hell are you doing in my backyard? That's how intense these are, and they're just like swarming you. And that's how a marine ecosystem should look like.
In the water, we understood why our friends from the Marshall Islands said that Bokak is even better than Bikar. We saw this wall of sharks.
Here, sharks thrive in numbers that surpass any other known location worldwide. Together with the reef's other predators, they form an all too rare phenomenon.
Pukak is an example of what we call the inverted biomass pyramid, which means biomass, how many tons of fish per square kilometer. In school, we were taught that you have large biomass of herbivores, a smaller biomass of carnivores, and a smaller biomass of top predators. It's a pyramid, but we were wrong. In pristine coral reefs, the biomass pyramid is inverted, where the top predators have more biomass than all the prey combined. This is like having more lions than wildebeest in the African savanna.
These predators are cropping the sick, the weak, some of the older species. So everything's turning over at a much faster rate at the lower portion of the food chain. And that actually builds resilience because the system's operating just more efficiently than it would otherwise. Once you remove those predators from the system, it becomes much more sluggish and inefficient. It becomes more of a couch potato system where everything's just kind of fat and happy and laying around because they don't have to worry about being eaten. Having that presence of the predators there just puts the fear into all the animals and they respond accordingly.
The team is witness to an amazing display, sharks mating. Living proof that these waters allow sharks to live out their life cycles freely, far removed from human interference.
I have never seen so many sharks in my life. I've been diving for 35 years, been in the most remote places in the ocean. This is the wildest place I dived in my life. It's absolutely extraordinary. You see, I have trouble trying to describe it. It's unbelievable.
Ya sé por qué están aquí.
¡Qué cantidad de tiburones!
For hunting, and it came out like rocket.
And you know, and at no moment you feel that the sharks are going to do anything, right? They are so calm and gentle, just swimming around. They come really close to you, they check you out, and it's like diving with puppies. I don't know if puppies dive, but with aquarium with goldfish.
It's almost like fold into two, you know.
You see turtles and sharks and rays. I thought I've seen biodiversity, but that was extreme biodiversity.
Sharks are not the only species here to thrive in great numbers.
Bikar had a lot of clams, but when you go to Boga, it's a clam haven. When I look at the structure of their shells, some of these clams have been there for like years, many years.
There are like 20, 30, 40 per square meter in some places.
You see like purple and blue and these plasmatic colors that are just wild. They are very important. Giant clams are considered one of the most endangered species around the world. They've also been a symbol for us Marshallese people. They've been a source of food security for us. So to see the biomass, the amount, is very important because that's where our stock is. If we ever run out of clams in the Marshall Islands, it would be nice to go up there and bring some and then just spawn and, you know, distribute it amongst our reefs.
These clams can grow up to 4 feet long and can live upwards of 100 years. But it's their population count that's key to their success.
They have a certain type of reproductive strategy that requires a lot of individuals to be in one place to have successful reproduction. So once you thin them out enough that the population densities are low, it's really hard for them to recover. Seeing these large populations of these giant clams at Bokak was pretty beautiful.
Today, the Weather Service announced a system is forming in the Pacific that one NASA climatologist called a Godzilla El Nino.
Rising water temperatures in the Pacific Ocean are fueling one of the strongest El Nino.
NOAA believes that 5% of the world's coral could be lost this year. Next year is predicted to be even worse.
We are at the northern side of Bokak Atoll, a place where usually it's very difficult to access because of the trade winds blowing steady. But today we have a calm day, so that's our chance. From the surface, we saw the most extraordinary reef I've seen in my life, with huge elkhorn corals and table corals forming a forest with a three-dimensional structure so complex, so intricate. And I thought, oh my God, this is the most amazing reef I have ever seen in my life. Then we saw the impact of global warming. As we got closer to the corals, we realized that they were all dead. Decimated, turned into a graveyard of dead skeletons. It was the worst part of the expedition. Now, the good news is that those dead skeletons were covered with thousands of baby corals.
One of the worst El Niños on record had a devastating effect. But this reef is able to grow back.
Bikar and Bokak are so healthy because there are no human threats affecting those coral reefs. The only threat is ocean warming, which will change the reef, will change the corals. But the lack of fishing means that lots of parrotfish that eat seaweed, that tries to grow over dead coral skeletons, that clean skeleton is the perfect substrate for baby corals to colonize and for the reef to come back. So we need the fish for the corals to come back. The reef of the future is going to be different from the reef of the past. probably will not have these massive corals that needs hundreds of years to grow, because the more frequent heat waves will kill some of them, they'll have to come back, so the size of the corals is probably going to be smaller. But if they are coming back in earnest, like they are coming back at Bokak, we will still have a coral reef there.
Like Bakar, Bokak's ecosystems all work together. Its total landmass is just over 1 square mile, but its presence is huge. All plants here are native to the Marshall Islands, and the atoll is entirely free of any invasive species. Not even the omnipresent coconut tree has been able to find purchase here. Seabirds number in the hundreds of thousands, more than 10 to 1 than those on Bakar to the south.
In Bokak in particular is this really interesting semi-arid vegetation ecosystems. So we see kind of almost like a savanna where we have grasslands intermixed with Tunifordia, Scaevola, and a bunch of different species which the birds love.
Species like the red-footed booby, great frigate bird, and sooty tern will travel up to 450 miles, forming a giant circle that includes Bakar, Utrik, Rongerik, all the way to the outlying waters of Bikini Atoll.
Here are those three in the middle that are just like one small one, one medium. Like a rest back there.
Birds are a really good indication of how healthy an island ecosystem is. Obviously, they need something to eat, so they need the surrounding waters to be healthy, and often they actually rely on big predatory fish and sharks to push their food fish up to the surface, and so you don't really see them in areas that don't have healthy offshore ecosystems.
They forage and deposit nutrients over a massive range, and none of it would be possible without the sanctuary of places like Bokak to roost and raise their young. Unfortunately, one thing that seems to travel everywhere on this planet is plastic. Even this most distant place is not free of it.
We're seeing a lot of plastic washed up on the shores of these islands. Buoys, we see a lot of flip-flops and shoes and things, but those big items aren't really what impacts the seabird communities. It's once they break down and turn into microplastics, and then the seabirds will pick them up and they're dying before they're even fledged because their stomachs are too full of plastic that they can't actually get nutrition from their food.
Over the remaining week, the team continues their survey, using the latest cutting-edge technology to collect reams of data about Bokak's many layers of life.
All these organisms underwater shed their cells,
And there's actually DNA in that, and we can capture that in the water. So I'm filtering that out so that we can take it to the lab and see what we have.
This technology, the submarine, it's a game changer. We've never been down here. Nothing has ever been recorded. You know, to be able to come down here to see it with our own eyes, this information will be collected and presented to the government, the people, and the traditional leaders of the Marshall Islands.
What they find is a place to behold. Bakar and Bocock have the highest coral cover in the central and western Pacific Ocean. The most nesting turtle sites in all the Marshall Islands, and its largest population of seabirds. Together, these islands comprise the greatest reef fish biomass in the Pacific, with an abundance of vulnerable species like Napoleon wrasse and groupers. Rays and sharks in greater numbers than the team ever expected.
We have data to show that Bocac is one of the sharkiest places on the planet. It's really unlike anything else out there.
And a new deep-sea fish still undescribed by science.
A lot of what we're doing with using the deep sea cameras is filling big gaps in information. We don't know what's down there. We don't have any information. These cameras are adding a whole new area of knowledge.
When you get like one of these every like 10 drops, you get excited. And here we're seeing 2 in the frame with a chimera in the back. It was very lively down there. Yeah.
One of Bocock's biggest surprises is right in the shallows.
We go to the channel this one afternoon, and we see a bumphead parrotfish. A single bumphead parrotfish can make over 5 tons of sand a year, and they just cruise along the reef, just chomping away at bits and pieces of it, and then spewing out through their excrement sand. They generate a ton of sand. They're really important biorotors. They've been completely removed from the Marshall Islands. So we all get really excited, and we follow it around. And then we see 2, and we see 3, and then we see 10 and 20. Got to the point where there were 70 or 80 of them altogether.
You know, the stories of the bumphead parrotfish, you know, they come from word of mouth from our senior citizens. And to experience that, especially a person from my generation, is something special. And to know that we still have him here gives us a little piece of hope.
That is incredible. The nails change color, you know, they got the white in their head.
With the bulb?
Just looking around, seeing all these huge animals was pretty incredible.
And we still have little gems like this. It's really hopeful. It's really important.
This is one of the most important scientific data having the report.
Bocac is off the charts.
We've been to places with a lot of sharks, a lot of fish, and we thought that we had a pretty good baseline of what the pristine coral reef looks like. But Bocac reset our baseline. And we know that places that are remote, that are, in this case, protected by distance, places where the ocean is given space and time, the ability of the ocean to bounce back, the productivity of the ocean is more extraordinary than what we can imagine.
There are few places that can illustrate this planet's struggle to heal itself more than the team's next destination. The expedition heads 320 nautical miles northwest to Bikini Atoll.
So I wanted to have a discussion about what we're going to do at Bikini because we are arriving there tomorrow. It would be very beneficial to look at how Bikini Atoll has recovered since the nuclear tests and compare it with Rongerik Atoll, which is nearby, also has been uninhabited since the 40s, and then also it's unfished, but it was not bombed. So that's the reference nearby. Right? So that was the idea of coming to Bikini Atoll, to assess the resilience of the reef from the most extreme disturbance that a reef could possibly have. So what happened here?
The tragic legacy of Bikini must never be forgotten. Between 1946 and 1958, the United States performed 23 nuclear tests on Bikini, 20 of them hydrogen bombs. The Castle Bravo test on March 1st, 1954 was the most powerful thermonuclear device the United States has ever deployed. These tests forever changed the lives of countless Marshallese people and profoundly altered the landscape of what used to be their home.
So Bikini Atoll is it's considered one of the largest atolls in the Marshall Islands. Used to be a community of good people. They used to thrive in their island, their islands. But now it's when you go there, it's a ghost town. There's nobody living in Bikini right now.
The American military took photographs of Bikini Atoll in 1945, before the first atomic bombs were exploded here. And here where we are, there used to be 3 islands. Now there is only part of one of those islands. The first hydrogen bomb destroyed those islands and the reef below. It's hard to be here in this place that is this peaceful tropical paradise, but it's empty. There are no people here, and there is an eerie feeling about it.
But unlike any previous study done before, they will crew a submersible, allowing them to see firsthand the very bottom of ground zero. A 2,000-meter wide, 78-meter deep crater left by the blast.
Well, today for the first time ever, we're gonna do a sub dive to Castle Bravo, where a hydrogen bomb has been exploded.
We are going to be the first ever people to dive with a submarine to the bottom of the crater.
We decided, and Avi and myself will go together. We will estimate and evaluate as we go down to mitigate the risk.
We're not sure, we have a bit of anxiety, so we'll go there and see what we find. Careful the way we run here. The sonar shows absolutely nothing. 5 meters from the bottom, you can't see anything. No visibility. zero visibility, just white snow. You see the bottom? Yeah, it looks like a footstep of someone. The bottom could be seen just from 1 meter above it, which is very, very unusual. I don't think we ever dove in such visibility. So it's kind of eerie. So arid and so empty. This is nothing like we've seen before. We've been diving for 20-some years with this submersible, and this is probably the most unique dive we ever made, having nothing, really.
It's very difficult to think about the power of destruction that went into this place, and the results are a complete death zone. We couldn't find any sign of life, and this is something that any natural cause would have been recovered or would have been improved over 70 years of time, and that's not happening here.
Normally, tides and ocean currents flush out sediment with a constant exchange of water. But this talc-like powder, the remnants of what was once coral and rock, remains trapped in a topography forever altered by the blast. The dive team finds the shallows of the crater to be much the same: rubble and dust, a surface still not suitable for life. The water itself, nor sediment on the surface, is radioactive enough to cause harm during these short dives. But core samples just 25 centimetre deep, taken with ROVs in 2018, showed that radiation is still at dangerous levels, as is the island's groundwater and few remaining structures. But out of the ashes on the surrounding reefs, there are signs of hope.
At the bottom of the crater, there is nothing. There is a cloud of marine snow. But as you get close to the edge of the reef, marine life has come back. We saw places with large coral colonies. And when you had the corals and the structure, then you had the fish. We saw sharks, schools of snappers and other fish, which shows that life is resilient, even in the place that has suffered the most horrible destruction.
To the nuclear test, researchers from the Smithsonian Institute traversed Bikini's islands, conducting detailed surveys. Today, the team can retrace those original traverses, but with modern technology and expertise.
Bikini Atoll, we've had the opportunity to redo these reef traverses that scientists did in 1946.
Here we are, more than 60 years later. We're really excited to see what we're going to find.
You're going to see a lot of this one. This is Paredes lobata. So this is a small little colony. I'll do some sizes, but these colonies can grow to be over like 200 feet large and be like hundreds of years old.
Right now we're standing on the new edge of the island here. This is not where the edge of the island used to be. That is way off in what is now the water.
So we would walk all the way to the end, like to the crest, and then you survey like 5 to 10 meters around you within that transect. It's a good experience. When we compared the data, it was almost identical to the ones we did back in 46. But there were some species that we couldn't find that they had in their traverses, and there were some new species we found in ours.
Without these historical comparisons, we would have never thought of walking and swimming over these flats and those reefs in the shallows. And we have discovered these wonderful places with so many corals, extraordinary landscapes.
Yeah, that's with your measurement tool? 30 centimeters, 30, 60, 90.
The drones allow us to take high-resolution photos and stitch them all together into a photo mosaic that would allow us to then later, with very high precision, estimate what is the size of each of the coral colonies all throughout the traverse, which would take our team of scientists a much, much longer time. So we can do this post hoc back when we are on land on our computers.
These aerial traverses provide an accessible record of Bikini's progress to date and will become invaluable to future surveys, allowing the Marshall Islands to track any changes. It's with bitter irony that Bikini is the place that gives us so much hope for the future of our oceans.
The bombing is once in a space and time, and after that, the ecosystems will for sure recover. Of course, there is still radioactivity. Of course, it will take time. But once you let nature do its thing without humans, for sure, it will recover.
But the planet is quickly running out of places like Bangkok, Bakar and Rongerik, the final stop of the expedition.
Reef ecosystems are super important to the Marshallese culture. They provide homes to marine wildlife, which is what we live off of. It's a part of our culture and history. It brings out who we really are as Marshallese people. It's something we enjoy in our daily lives.
Being Marshallese is something that's very rare. I'm proud that we are unique and we come from a lineage of navigators and people of the sea. And to be Marshallese and to be one of the people that's going out to study and to collect data on the marine environment for the Marshall Islands is something that I take pride of. the work we do, like a lot of these researchers and marine biologists, they call it science and they call it marine biology. I just call that my identity. It's embedded in me as a Marshallese person. I was born for this.
Large marine reserves in other parts of the Pacific have shown that when protected, these places are a source, an engine of replenishment for the waters around. The fishing fleets catch more fish than before around these protected areas. Selling fishing access to their waters is one of the most important sources of revenue and employment for the Marshall Islands. So the tuna are not just a source of food, they are not a species of cultural importance, but also they are an economic pillar of the nation.
For the Marshall Islands and the Marshallese, we gotta be looking down the road and ask our question, where do we want to be in, say, 20 years' time? We want to be at home. We want to be able to go and fish and catch the fish that we've enjoyed today, well into the future.
Just one. Which, in Bajarta Bartoki Chamalagan program on Rainin, Jen Patarakterum Podum, all of Mimrakum Kanu in a mall, Grammicar Covadum per Langan Jamalan Rainin, Aga Chinchebravi Kumjanami, White Pubum, Kakairi, Morga Kachitu and Morga volunteer in Charan, Kilake Rainin, and John by Monan and one Matam, the other Charo and Kilake. Mol.
Chariwan Maladam Char. Chojum Chilak. Amani Chimilang Kimi Kamolo, Pemiam Tabertok Chamalon Quila Namlo, Eringalog Relevant Rainin, Engin Kananam Bakaman Karchino Pam, Lavada Ilam Karkachit Kachur of Menudum Jich and Kim local Amaloyana Milo and Pin Perchu. Chalajon Cherbal Lealap, Wawen go Rar Kabang on Maladam Company Cherbal again. Akemalo Chervalin, Poroguk, Kumit, Wodrichipil, Elavada, Majatodong, and Amarong Pukato or Arali Carino Rain. Engin Kemkanan, Kamolo and Minodum Chich. Lavada and the Rainam Lukininam. Rainy Lochonia and Rago and Kenny Loy, Lurjaga Cherval in Raman. in Menagan Quark, Julit Kim Kagi, Lavada can lodge it. In Kim Kanan, Kuba, Menodum Jich, Ilucho, no Dilo than the Jesus Christ. Kumola, amen.
What more? Iliju, Chenachino, Pelaka Jamani Rani the Chupung, Joyum Magato, and any work